I thought Mr. Makubo was going to be. You thought what? He was going to be a bit long, so I didn't set up my conditions. Now, sir, you testified that at some stage when you were at Vosloorus Hostel, you were asked to move your car out of the way because you had parked somebody in. You did that, and in the process, you removed a bag. You removed the bag from your car, put your service pistol in it and the car keys, and then you went inside Gwabeni's place, correct?
Ufakazi bakho ushilo-ke ukuthi la owuphake khona awuphake ukuthi ukhona-ke lo owawumvalele wasuhamba-ke lapho kuleso simoto leyo wakhipha khona-ke ibhegi ya isikhwama sakho isibhamu sakho sasemsebenzini wase ubuyela ngaphakathi koGwabeni. Yes.
And further that, you then gave Gwabeni the bag containing the firearm, the service pistol, and the car keys for him to store it for you, correct?
Wase uma songena ngaphakathi-ke wanikeza yena-ke uGwabeni isikhwama leso-ke esasinesibhamu sakho kanye nekhiya zemoto ukuthi ayibambe.
Isibhamu sabusikini, ibhegi yayibuye, amnikeza lesi isibhamu.
The firearm was with me, he had the bag, and then I later on gave him the firearm.
Okay. So, just for clarity's sake, that firearm, when you give it to him, did he place it in that bag that you also gave him, or he stored it separately away from the bag?
Uma usumnikeza isibhamu leso-ke ingaba wasithatha isibhamu wasifaka kusona isikhwama lesi ubumnikeze sona kuqala noma wabeka isibhamu kolunye uhlangothi wasebeka isibhamu kolunye uhlangothi?
Ngabeka isikhwama kuqala, isibhamu sabakile isikhathi eside sahlelile.
Okay. I first placed the bag there, and then for the longer time the firearm was in my possession. Yebo.
Okay. But eventually you gave him the firearm to stake for you.
When we started drinking, I then left the firearm with him.
But what I want to get to is that firearm, was it placed in the very same bag that you gave him that had your car keys?
Manje engifuna ukwazi kuwena ukuthi angithi manje isikhwama bese sikuyena vele uma usumnikeza isibhamu ke manje ngabe usithathile isibhamu wasifaka kulesi isikhwama bese sikuyena vele noma wasibeka nje
angiboni ukuthi mhlawumbe wasifaka kwebag noma kuthiwa wasifaka ngabe wasifaka kodwa ngamnikeza isibhamu esayidini.
I don't think that he placed the firearm in the bag. If it is so, then he must have done that on his own. But I gave the firearm to him aside.
Now, just give me the setting of, because I want to understand the context of that area where you were at, Gwabeni's room, the common use area that is inclusive of the kitchen. Can you describe that for me so that I've got an idea of what was happening? Because you said there was partying, there was drinking, there was ingoma, a dance and meat and all of that.
Kona bonke ke lokushilo ukuthi kwakugidwa ke kwakudliwa inyama kwakuphuzwa konke lokho sengifuna nje ukwazi ke uma ungachaza le ndawo le inanihlezi kuyona ke ukuthi ile ndawo le inanihlezi kuyona usihlanganisa ukuthi uyindawo ekanjani.
Njoba ngishilo ukuthi ihostel le indawo enespace esivulekile for abantu bonke ikamero eli lomuntu likaGwabi njengalo liqonda le nayo le indawo eyihall.
As I've said, that the hostel is an open space and a bigger space for everyone, and then Gwabeni's bedroom is facing the halls. In other words, when you're at the hall, you're facing Gwabeni's bedroom.
And from there, because you had a firearm that was thought that you had to keep an eye on because there was lots of movement, and that's a state pistol. How far were you seated from Gwabeni's room in relation to that common area, the kitchen, so that you can observe perhaps somebody going into Gwabeni's room.
Nanjengoba-ke kwakuyisibhamu somsebenzi lesi isibhamu sombuso kwaye futhi-ke kufuneke-ke kwakufanele ukuthi usiqaphile la ohlezi khona-ke wawukude kangakanani-ke nekamera leliyana likwaGwabini la ukuthi noma ungakwazi ukuthi ubone.
Njengoba ngangihleli la mangifika sifika ngasaphuza ngabeshiya isibhamu fike sahlala saxoxa bephuzwa ngaleso sikhathi abanye bebephuza.
Okay, where I was seated, it was not a matter of as we arrived or as I arrived, we started drinking. We sat down, we had some conversation, others were drinking. Yebo.
Emva kwalokho ngathi mangiphuma ngoba lokho ngibuze ngibeka isibhamu sami ngangibalekela ukuthi mangiphuma naso ngoba sasikile kwangenzeka umuntu afika asidonse aphume naso. Ngakho ngabona ngoba sesiphuzile manje ngiyochama kungenzeka kube khona osidonsayo.
Now when I went out, the reason why I decided to leave the firearm on my way out, I was thinking that maybe, because now we had already started drinking, when I went out to relieve myself or to urinate, someone might pull it. Hence I decided to leave it.
And when you hand the firearm, stress that I'll come to that, tell me about illumination in that area, the kitchen area plus Gwabeni's room at the time.
La enanihlezi khona kanye nekamera leliyana kwaGwabeni-ke awusho ukuthi ukhanya kwakukanjani ukhanya.
Njengoba ngangihleli ngibheka umnyango kaGwabini sho ngangibona yonke into eyenzakalayo wonke umuntu ongena ekamereni kaGwabini uphuma khona uyenza lokho wonke kwakwenzeka ekamereni kaGwabini ngangubona ingakho ngangihleli.
Hence I was seated where I was seated. I was in a position to see everything that was happening in Gwabeni's bedroom. Anyone was going out, was going into the bedroom, coming out of it. I was in a position to see everything happening in that bedroom.
Yes, but I'm talking about illumination, where the lights in the area, in that common use area.
La enanihlezi khona sekukhuluma manje-ke ngama lights ukuthi kwakhanya yini kwakunama lights ayekhona yini. Obviously there were lights.
And when you hand the firearm to Gwabeni, was it in its holster or did you give him the bare firearm?
Nkathi umnikeza uGwabeni umnikeza isibhamu lesi sikwi-holster noma wamnikeza nje sona sisodwa?
Ngamnikeza sona sisodwa.
The bare firearm.
Did Gwabeni have a safe to store a firearm for you?
Ingaba wayenesafe yini uGwabeni yokuthi angagcinela isibhamu?
Isiqinisekiso salokho anginaso kodwa ngamnikeza ukuthi akwazi ukukhipha endlini yakhe ngoba kwakhiyekile futhi kwakungena nokangena ngenye access ngaphandle kokuthi angene la kanti phakathi.
Uthe awuyazi wena no yeke but awazi ukuthi wayenesafe na. Yes, about the safe I have no knowledge about the safe, but what I know is that the bedroom was locked. There was no other access. So anyone wanted to enter that bedroom, I had to go through that door.
And did he show you exactly where he stored the firearm for you?
Ingabe wakhombisa yini la isibhamu asithathe wasibeka khona?
Akamtshengisanga kodwa ngangazi ukuthi sisendlini ngoba kwangena wardrobe.
He didn't show me, but I knew that it was in the house because there was no wardrobe.
Now, as a police officer, you were trained in firearms, safekeeping, storage, and the like, correct?
Nanjengephoyisa ngithi wakuthola uqeqeshwa ngokuphatha isibhamu, ukugcina isibhamu sisafe nokustora.
Yebo.
Yes.
And you also knew that it's a criminal offense for somebody to store a firearm for you when it's not stored in a safe, strong room or other device in terms of the Firearms Control Act when the firearm is not in your possession.
As a court, please, my lord, we object to that kind of, or at least the witness should be warned that there's no obligation on him to answer any question that might incriminate him.
Yes, good. Mosepele, you say the witness is immune from self-incrimination because he's got rights in terms of Section 35 F of the Constitution.
Yes.
So you're obliged to warn him best.
Yes,
so that he can exercise his rights to silence.
Okay.
if he wants to. Or he can answer you after you told him, no problem.
Okay, sir. Now, let me withdraw that question and ask it again. I'm going to ask you a question that may perhaps land you into a problem with the law.
Angithi angiqale lana ke ngithi ngizobuza umbuzo osengakufaka noma ongenzeka ukuthi ungakufaka enkingeni emthethweni.
And in terms of section 35(3)(d), I mean 35 generally, not specific sections, you've got the right to remain silent, you've got the right to have a lawyer of your own choice.
Please. The act doesn't say that.
Yeah.
He's not arrested.
Oh, let me leave that. Okay, all right, let me leave that. You've got the right not to answer a question that incriminates you. If you don't want to comment, you cannot comment. If you can, you may.
Lombuzo ke ukuwena ke ukuthi uphenduleke uma ubona ukuthi cha awufuna ukuthi noma akusiyona ke inhloso yakho ukuthi uphenduke ungasho ke kanjalo.
I was giving him the warrant officers. Sorry about that. So, just this question. It's not a lot of questions that deals with incrimination. Just this one. And the question is this.
Sorry, what is his answer about the warning?
Kulesixwayiso osinikezwayo uthini?
Uyasizwa?
Yeah, it's mother.
So can I pose the question to you, then you decide whether you want to answer it or you remain silent?
I'll decide once you have asked the question.
No, could you decide before you answer the question?
Okay, umehluleka ucela ukuthi decide manje ke ngaphambi kokuthi ubuze umbuzo. If it's a question directed at me, I'm asking not to answer it.
I respect that. Now, did Gwabini possess a license in order for him to store that firearm for you?
Ingabe uGwabeni wayenelicense yini emnikeza ke imvume noma igunya lokuthi loso sibambo leso akubambele noma agcinele sona?
Angazi. Angicabanga ukuthi nayo.
I don't know. I don't think he has it.
Now, you testified that at some stage you left that area to go to Top's bottle store to buy alcohol when you went to the
Naya at Top's nyothenga khona ke utshwala. Ingabe uma usuhamba noma senihamba niya at Top's wahamba yini wayosikhipa isibhamu ngoba angithi vele kufanele sibe kuwena?
Ngiphendula lapho ngesikhathi ngihamba nge-Tops isibhamu sasisekile.
When I went to Tops, the firearm was still with me.
And now let's move on because of the section 35 notices, questions. I'll move on away from them. Now your testimony is that at Gwabini's place, and to use your exact word, it was busy, it was fun, it was revelry, it was music, it was dance, it was food, and the like, and with lots of comings and goings, correct?
Ushilo ukuthi kuningi nje okwakwenzeka lapha kwaGwabini, kuningi nje kwakumnandi, kwakugidwa, kwakuyingoma nje, kwakudliwa inyama. Ushilo ukuthi kwakubhizi nje bephuma abantu bengena abantu.
Yebo?
Yes.
According to your estimation, and I'm not telling you to a number, how many people were there at that place, in that revelry party, whatever?
Uma usungaqagela nje ungathi babe bangaki abantu ababe lapha yana kuleya ndawo ngaleliya langa?
Ngekho ukuqagela ngoba ngithi abantu babengena babephuma kodwa kwangabantu abaningi sazazana nabo abantu bangasekhaya abangena.
I wouldn't be able to guess or to estimate, as I said, that people were coming in and going out, and it was a lot of people, and people that we knew that were coming from back home where we are coming from.
And your testimony then becomes that around 9 p.m. you then observed or noticed accused number 1, 2, and 3. Is that 3? Coming back and from somewhere and going into Gwabini's room, correct?
Kushilo ke ukuthi ngakuma 9 yila ubone khona ke umsolo wokuqala, owesibili, owesithathu bebuya ke la ababebuya khona base beyongena ekamereni lakhe uGwabini.
Yebo?
Yes.
And you say that your suspicion was aroused What caused you to be suspicious of people coming back and all of that?
Kushilo-ke ukuthi yila ose waba ney'nsolo khona-ke yini-ke eyakubangela ukuthi ube ney'nsolo abantu bebuya la ababebuya khona.
Njengoba ngishilo ngangihleli ngoba ngangazi ukuthi erumini kaGwabini kunesibhamu sami ingakho ngangihleli la ubheke wonke umuntu ondlulayo eyakhona nophumayo nongenayo.
As I said that where I was seated, I was facing Gwabini's room and I was looking at each and every person that was going in and out of that bedroom. Yebo.
Ingakho ngakwazi ukubabona mabengena beya kulo leli camera. Ingakho futhi ngasukuma ngabalandela ngoba ngangazi ngesibhamu sami.
Hence then I was able to see them as they were going to that bedroom, and I then stood up and followed them, knowing very well that in that bedroom my firearm was there.
So in essence, are you telling me that the aim was to go and secure your firearm, correct?
Wena okwakusukumisa kwakuwukuthi nje uyoqinisekisa ukuthi isibhamu sakho sisecure.
Yebo ngoba bangena belandelana beya kuleli camera ingakho nangasukuma ngaya kulo.
Yes, because as they entered they were following each other and they went to that bedroom, hence I stood up and also went there.
And further, according to your testimony, is that you observed accused number 1 in possession of a .38 revolver. I'm not familiar with guns. Is it a .38 revolver?
Yes. Sure, ukuthi wambona-ke number 1 then-ke ephethe i.38 revolver.
And another person in possession of a 9mm. Who was that?
Ubani lo owayephethe i-9mm?
Accused number 3.
Umsolo wesithathu.
Can you describe the 9mm that you observed?
Ungayichaza le 9mm owayibona?
Njoba ngichazile ukuthi mhlambe isibhamu nolwazi lwaso ngiyakwazi ukuchaza ukuthi lesi yisiphi ngesikhathi seside njoba ngisho ukuthi 9mm i9mm ne38 ihlukile ayifani.
Okay, as I said previously that I've got knowledge of firearms, but now because of the fact that it's been a long time since the incident occurred, but I could say that this was a 9mm, this was a .38 revolver, and because the two firearms are not the same or they don't look the same. Yeah.
Ingakho ngithi wayiphethe 9mm omunye phethe 38.
Hence I'm saying that he was in possession of a 9mm and the other one was in possession of a .38.
But you can't tell us the make and model or the make of that 9mm.
Yeah, make and again 9mm ngiyichaza.
Ngeke ngikwazi ukuyichaza because ngangayithathanga ngayibheka kodwa ngayithatha nje kuye ngiyibuka ngabona ukuthi 9 le angifuna ngikwazi ukuthi yenziwe yini neRico or yipi company kodwa ngabuka nje ukuthi isibhamu 9mm then ni 38.
I just looked at the firearm and I was able to see that it was a 9mm, but as to whether it was a Norinco or what, I didn't inquire about that. I could see that this was a 9mm and this was a .38.
And could you describe the .38 revolver that you saw?
Ungayichaza yona i.38 le owayibona.
Umehluko ku-38 ne9mm ukuthi 38 nesondo.
The difference between the 9mm and the .38 is that the .38 has got a wheel
and 38 ayingenanhlamvu.
Yeah, and the .38 had no bullet. Inhlamvu noma inhlamvu.
Oh, inhlamvu.
Okay, it had no bullets.
Okay. So in other words, the 9mm was loaded.
Yeah, loaded on the 9mm.
I was interested with 38.
Oh, okay. Right.
I didn't open the 9mm. I was interested in the .38.
Okay. And your further testimony then is that you observe the same persons accused number 1 and 3 handing the said firearms to Gwabini, correct?
Uthi wase ubabona ke yena number 1 kanye no number 3 benikeza ngazo le ibhamu lesi benikeza uGwabini.
Yebo?
Yes.
And why, in your opinion, were they handing those firearms to Gwabini?
Ngovolo wakho kwakungani benikeza ngalezo ibhamu benikeza yena uGwabini?
ingakho ngithi nami ingakho ngabuza ukuthi why bephethe izibhamu.
Hence I said that is the reason why I inquired, why are they in possession of firearms?
And did you get a joy of a response from either of the gentlemen?
Ngabe waphendula yini ke kulo mbuzo wakho?
Ngokusho kwabo angibangizafuna ukuthi abangiphendule ngabe sengibathethisa nje.
As they said it, or as they mentioned it, I didn't even want to know further. I just scolded them.
Let's move on and deal with this aspect of the beginning of your evidence in chief yesterday. You testified that you know, is it all or some of the accused persons in court?
Umqala unikeza ngokufakazi ke izolo ingabe uthe ubazi bonke abamangaleli noma basola laba noma wazi abathize kubona.
Ngicabanga ukuthi ngalelo langa wonke umuntu ekhona noma athiwa ngangamazi noma ngangamkhumbuli kodwa bangikhumbuza bona.
I think that what I said is that on that day, even if I knew the person or I was in a position not to be able to remember the person, but they themselves reminded me.
Especially amagama abo.
Especially their names.
Just for contextual purpose, where are you, if it's a security concern, don't answer it. Where are you from KwaZulu-Natal?
Uma kuwukuthi ke kunezathu zokuvikeleka usho ke ungawuphenduluke kodwa bengifisa nje ukwazi ukuthi eKZN ubuya kuphi nendawo.
Ngizocela ngakuphendule.
Okay. The question not to answer that.
And then let me do it this way. I don't want to risk your security at all.
Angisho nje kanjena akusiyona nje into siyami ukuthi ke ngabeka nje engcupheni ngempilo yakho noma security yakho.
That area where you grew up from in KwaZulu-Natal, where you say you grew up, and I'll talk about accused number 1 and 2 only. Did you grow up in that area or as a young man until you came to work as a police officer in Johannesburg, or you moved early on from that area to come and stay in Johannesburg?
Lapho ke ngizothi kwena la owakhulela khona ke ngiphinde futhi ukuthi akusona inhloso yami ukuthi ngibeke impilo yakho engcupheni malana la usuka khona. Ukhule khona ke isakakhulukazi ngikhulumela ke umsolo wokuqala kanye nowesibili ukuthi ke ukhule lapho kwaze kwafika kwisigaba ke la ekufanele manje usuzosebenza khona ke eGoli noma wahamba ke ngaphambili kokuthi usebenze ingxenye impilo yakho wazoyihlala la eGoli ngaphambi kokuthi usebenze.
Bengahlali nabo.
I wasn't staying with them.
Bengiya khona ngoba kusekhaya ngasekhaya.
I would go there because it's my home.
And for example, when did you leave home? Work or study this side, whatever. What I want to find out is the gap that you last saw the persons that you say they were your neighbors. I may have forgotten their names. I was reintroduced to in Vosloorus.
Ngifuna nje ukwazi noma ubheka isikhathi ukuthi kwaba isikhathi esingakani noma igebe elingakanani ke ukuthi uhambe nini noma ukuthi weza ngala uzofunda noma uzosebenza. Ngifuna ubheka isikhathi ukuthi labantu laba uthi wabakhunjuzwa uma sewuhlangana nabo ke eVosloorus ukuthi kwakuyigebe elingakanani usungababoni la ukuthi kwakuwomakhelwane ekhaya.
Ngicabanga ukuthi akusona isikhathi eside ngoba angithi mawuhambile ngiya ekhaya ngiyavakasha ngama-holiday ngama-festive ngiyababona mangababonanga ngibabonanga kodwa akusikho ukuthi ngiyile ngohlala nabo no.
It was not for a long time because I would go home to go and visit during the festive season, and if I see them I would see, and if it is that I wouldn't see them then, but it's not to say that I would stay with them for a longer time.
I will during the break take instructions from both accused number 1 and 2 because they were waiting for you to finalize your evidence in chief so that they can give me instructions about this particular aspect. But let me put the other aspects that they've given me in respect to your testimony about their identification.
Lokho ke ngizothi mase siyakuthi break ke ngizozwa kubona ke ngoba belinde ukuthi nje uphothula ubufakazi bakho bazokwazi ke bangitsheleke noma ukuthi bathini ke bona kodwa ke angikutshela ukuthi bathini ke mayelana nokunye.
Hayi akangitshela
Yes.
Okay, you can tell me.
I can tell you what they have told me in prior instructions. So remember, we got your statement 2 days ago or 3 days ago. So we are waiting for you to finalize your evidence in chief so that we can take further instructions. Now, accused one denies that he is your neighbor from home. I don't know where your home is for security reasons, but he says he's from Makabatini.
Umsola umangalelo oqala ke uyaphika ukuthi umakhelwane wakhe umakhelwane wakho ekhaya noma emakhaya uthi ke kumele akazi ukuthi wena ubuya kuphi kodwa yena ke uthi ubuya emahlabathini umangalelo oqala
uyaphika unamanga.
Is he denying it? He's telling lies.
Ungasizana basekhaya mangisekhaya.
He's just further down. When I'm at home, he's just further down my home.
Ubaba wakhe unomali.
Normally. His father is normally.
He will also testify that he's not acquainted to you and he has never socialized with you.
Uthi ke futhi akajwayelananga nawe akakazi nje ahlale nawe ke kube mnandi kungebeleke nje ndawonye.
Vele kungaze ngihlale nabo. Anyway, eGoli.
Yes, I've never been with them or socialized with them in Gauteng.
My Lord, if I may take instructions, otherwise we are going to have to seek for an adjournment so that we take proper instructions because it will be an up and down with raised hands and it won't be pretty.
What time is it?
It's just a minute after 11.
Okay, we come back at 11:30.
As the practice is.
Uhamba nokwabili.
That question is ambiguous. The question is ambiguous. Not that he doesn't know you.
Sorry, my Lord.
You say you saw him for the first time in 2019.
Let me put it this way, my Lord. At first, my submission was that he accused one said he doesn't know you in total at all. Now he says, I do know you or I saw you for the first time in 2019 in the company of somebody that I know who is Kwabini.
Fine.
Usho kanjalo. Uthi ngaphambilini ebethe akakwazi kwazi. Kodwa ke manje ke onoma bekusho ummeli kodwa ke ummeli uthi cha ke emuva kokuthi ekhulumisene naye ke umsolo oqala uthi umsolo oqala cha. Akusuka ukuthi akakwazi. Umeqala ukubona ngo2019 uhamba noGwabini.
Do you want to comment on that?
Ofuna ukusho lokho?
Ngizokubekisa kuye accused number 1. Ngiyabonga ukuthi asho njalo bese ngithukile nami.
I'm gonna say this direct to accused number 1. I'm grateful that he says that. I was also now, I have been shocked.
Now, accused number 2, because I'll chop and change with respect to accused number 1 and 2, but accused number 2 himself says he doesn't know you in total. He just seen you here yesterday in court.
Umsolo wesibili ke nakuthi akakwazi nje, akakwazi kwanhlobo nje. Qala ukubona izolo la enkantolo.
Ngiyazi ukuba bekusho mhlambe accused number 3, accused number 4, number 5 bengavumelana nawe.
If that was said or was coming from accused number 3, 4 and 5, I would have agreed with you.
Ngokozalo mhlambe la engizalwa khona ngicabanga ukuthi ungakantanzi ugogo wami ungakantanzi.
Okay. From where I was born or back home where I was born. Oh, he is from Tanzi. Sorry, he is from the Tanzi family. And my grandmother is from the Tanzi family.
Oh, I see.
So by birth, he is from the Tanzi family.
Have you met accused number 2 and where did you meet him?
Ukuhlangana kwakho nomsola wesibili nommangalelo wesibili wahlangana kuphi naye?
Mangithi sesikhulile mhlambe sesikwazi ukubona ngakukhumbuza eVosloorus.
When now we are talking about at the stage where we're grown up, we are able to see now. I would then say in Vosloorus.
And in Vosloorus, you refer to the 26th of October 2014.
Umuntu eFosloorus ukhuluma ngazo i-26 ka-October 2014.
Yebo.
Yes.
Ezinye futhi ngeke ngambona ngaphambilini ekhaya. Kuyangimangaza mawethu akakwazi kodwa cha asingayikho.
But previously, I've seen him back home. So it comes as a surprise to me when he says he doesn't know me, but let's not go there.
And both accused number 1 and 2 will deny that they were at Gwabine's place on the 26th of October 2014.
Bobabili-ke bazophika bazophikisa-ke ukuthi babe kwaGwabini nge-26 ka-October ngo-2014. Bayaphika lokho.
Kuphuka phejani lo.
That is just a lie.
Accused number 1 will state that in 2013 until March 2013, he was staying at Vosloorus Hostel at Basotweni section, but when he lost employment in March 2013, he returned home and stayed home until he returned again to stay with his uncle in Tembisa in 2015.
Uyangitshela noma uyangibuza nje.
Is that a question or is that a statement?
I want you to comment on that.
Ngafisa ukuthi uphawule kulokho.
Ngeke ngazi ukuthi besebenza kuphi ulahlekene nomsebenzi asikaze sixoxa lokho.
I wouldn't know where he was working when he lost his employment. We have never discussed that.
The basis of that proposition to you is essentially this, that since March 2013, he's never returned to Johannesburg or Gauteng until 2015.
Just a moment. Uthi-ke noma akushoyo kona konke lokho ukuthi kusukela ngoMarch ka-2013 akakaze abuyele eGoli kwaze kwashaya u-2015.
Ngambona kodwa eVosloorus.
I saw him in Vosloorus.
Ngaba naye futhi ngaphuza naye beer. Yimi ngamdropa futhi.
I was with him, drank beer with him, and I'm the one who dropped him.
Accused number 2 will state that at the time of the shooting incident of the deceased Senzo Meyiwa, he was employed at Sibanye Stillwater in Carltonville, and for that weekend he had obtained unpaid leave from the 27th of October 2014 to the 31st of October 2014.
27 October 2014 till
The 31st of October 2014.
Uthi-ke ngaleso sikhathi leso sokushona kwakhe noma-ke sokushona kwakhe-ke umufi uSenzo Meyiwa ngaleso sikhathi wayesebenza eSibanye Stillwater eCarltonville futhi-ke wathola-ke i-unpaid-ke eyaqala ngeyi-27 zikaNovember October 2014 kwaze kwayoshaya i-31 zika-October 2014.
And so comment if you want to comment.
Uma kuwukuthi-ke khona ungakusho kulokho ungaphawula.
Akukho engingakusho ngazi ngomsebenzi wakhe eCarltonville. Kodwa engikwazi ukuthi ngambona nge-26.
There's nothing I can say. I know nothing about his employment in Carltonville. There's nothing that I can say. I know nothing about his employment, but what I do know is that I saw him on the 26th of October 2014.
And that when he knocked off from his morning shift on the 25th of October, he then embarked on his trip to go to Nongoma. Let me see, it's a difficult name. Kotlokolo, Nongoma, where he comes from.
Yeah.
So he was not in Gauteng that weekend of the 25, 26, 27 when this incident occurred.
Nokuthi-ke wathi uma ephuma-ke emsebenzini nge-25 zika-October 2014 wabe-ke esethatha uhambo oluya-ke eKhotlokolo kwaNongoma. Akushoyo-ke ukuthi nge-25, i-26, 27 kusho ukuthi ngalesa sikhathi-ke isigameko leso senzeka-ke wayengekho la eGoli yena.
Nama.
He's telling lies.
And I just want to go to these further instructions. And accused number 1 will deny that he at any stage. Wait. Sorry, my lord, let me take 1 second. Let me get it now. That's it, my lord, sorry. Accused number 1 will state that he has never attended your sister's wedding and that allegation is false.
Uthi ke umangalo wokuqala nomsolo wokuqala akakaze nje aye la kwagwana khona ke usisi wakho ukuthi futhi leyo insolo lezo zingamanga.
And accused number 1 states that he only, like I said, he met you in Tembisa with Gwabeni. And you stated that you know accused number 1 because his father is normally, correct?
Uthi yena ke wahlangana nawe uhamba noGwabeni angithi ushilo futhi umfakazi wathi ubaba wakhe unormally.
Ngicabanga ukuthi withdrawile lo mbuzo ukuthi asazana. So
I thought you had withdrawn the question that we don't know each other.
It's fair. Now let's move on to this aspect now, because I was moving from instruction to instruction. Now, with respect to accused number 1, he also says that version that he gave Gwabeni, a .38 special revolver firearm, is false.
Aphinde athi ke accused number 1 lokho okhulumile ukuthi wase enikeza uGwabeni isibhamu esiyi.38 revolver kuwamanga lokho.
ngicabanga mhlambe indlela yokuyivikela kodwa ke iqiniso yalazi.
I think that's just a way of defending himself, but he knows the truth.
Further, accused number 2 also states that it's a falsehood that you saw him at Gwabeni changing from a black hoodie to a grey hoodie.
Nomanga accused number 2 uthi ke nalokho ke kungamanga ukuthi wambona khona lapha kwaGwabeni echange ihoodie emnyama wase efaka egrey.
Ngambona.
I saw him.
Uyakwazi mayilokho.
And he knows that as well.
Accused number 1 and 2 deny any involvement in the killing of the deceased, Senzo Meyiwa.
Accused number 1 no number 2 bayaphika nje ukuthi bona ke baba neqhaza ke ekubulaweni kwakhe umufi uSenzo Meyiwa.
Njengoba ngingasho ngathi angishongo ukuthi ngababona bembulala.
As I've already said that I never saw them killing him, so correct.
Yingakho ngangathandi ukuthi mhlambe ngibakhulumele amanga ngokuthi ngababona bembulala.
That is why I didn't want to tell lies or accusing them that I saw them killing him.
Now, if you want to comment, you'll comment. I want to give you the general evidence that's been led in this court, because you say you saw 1 and 3 with firearms, respectively .38 and 9mm.
Ngizokunikeza ke ufakazi noma ingxenye yobufakazi eseyothuliweke phambi kwale nkantolo ngoba ushilo ubufakazi bakho ukuthi wabona u1 no3 bephethe i.38 kanye ne9mm.
Now, evidence led here is that 2 suspects entered the Khumalo household.
Ubufakazi ke obuphambi kwale nkantolo ukuthi ke kunabalisa ababili abangena emzini wakwaKhumalo.
Further, that the first suspect was shorter,
nokuthi ke owokuqala umsolo wayemfushane,
dark-skinned,
edark ke ngebala,
big eyes,
enamehla amakhulu,
and dreadlocks whose length extended. They kept on saying this, I'm going to do that, extended to this level.
Nama dreadlocks ke ababethi mabewachaza kubathi phela kule level nje ngoba betshengisa ke ummeli indlela abachaze ngayo ama dreadlocks aloyo.
and that particular suspect was in possession of a firearm.
Nokuthi loyo msolwa loyo ke wayephethe isibhamu.
Now, with respect to evidence led in this court, the second suspect was described as taller than the first one.
Ngobufakazi ke obusobethuliwe ke lenkantolo ukuthi owesibili ke umsolwa wayemude kulokuqala.
And his complexion was described as not too dark, not too light.
Bashilo kuma bemchaza ukuthi wayengekho dark, wayengekho light futhi.
He was wearing a hoodie
Wayegqoke ihoodie
and he was armed with a sharp object resembling a knife.
nokuthi ke wayephethe ke isikhali ke esasifana ke nommese, sasisharp esasifana nommese. Ngoba kungathi ummese.
And furthermore, that the second suspect had a beard that was trimmed, and the reference was set an O-shaped. That means perhaps this, I don't know what O-shaped they said.
Bashilo ukuthi ke wayenale mustache ke indlela eyetrinywe ngayo ke bebonisa ke u-O-shape.
And that he had, there are people who leave this part of a beard here on the lower lip.
Nokuthi ke wayeshiye nje la ngoba kunabantu ke uma besebeshave ke bashiya le ndawo la nokuthi wayeshiye le ndawo la
On the left.
On the cleft of a lip. So, do you want to comment about that with respect to your seeing two people in possession of a firearm? Do you want to comment in that context, or is something that you can comment on?
Kukhona yini office ukuthi ke uphawule kona?
Ngangiphawule ngakho ngangekho kakhumalo.
I wouldn't comment about it. I wasn't at the Khumalo homestead.
You also testified that you partook in alcohol that night.
Yebo.
Yes.
And that you were drinking Jameson whiskey and tonic that's with ice.
Yebo.
Yes.
How many glasses of whiskey and tonic did you have that night?
Tots or glasses?
Sorry?
I say tots or glasses. People who drink whiskey, they talk about tots. Glasses, don't drink. No, look.
I've seen the tumbler being filled.
Glasses fine, but I'm just saying.
I've seen people dash it with Coke, fill it up.
They drink a glass of whiskey.
I don't
No,
drink.
fine.
I wouldn't know.
Double tots. Fine.
So were you drink? What quantity were you drinking of whiskey and tonic at the time that night?
Wawuphuza kangakanani noma wawuphuza kangakanani yebo ngalelela ngake noma wawuphuza ngani?
Sasingenayo mhlawumbe into esimeja ngayo. Sasiphuza nje sithela. Sasingenayo imeasurement. So ngeke ngikwazi ukuthi kuwe sasithela mhlawumbe 100 milliliter or 20. So
I wouldn't be able to tell you because we were not using anything to measure. We would just pour and drink, but we were not using anything to measure, whether it's 100 milliliter or 20.
But you were drinking from a glass.
But
correct?
naphuza ngeglass.
yes, sasiphuza ngeglass.
Yes, we were.
And then later on, alcohol ran out and a necessity arose to go and buy again, correct?
Base kuphela ke utshwala kwanesidingo ke sokuthi nihambe futhi niyothenga obunye.
Ngicabanga ukuthi mabuyothenga bangabi ukuthengelwa mina kodwa akuyothenga utshwala ngoba abantu baningi babefuna mhlawumbe utshwala. Omunye mayingenabo noma uyizoyithengela. Angicabanga ukuthi ngaku ngizobheka ukuthi wena wayeyothenga 10, wayeyothenga ama-black, wayeyothenga ama-Heineken.
I don't think that the buying was specifically for me because there were many people there, so I would not be in a position to look, why are you buying 10, why are you buying black? It was because there were many people there.
Oh, let me clarify, perhaps. Specifically for you, the whiskey Jameson bottle that was brought by Makosonke, is that right?
Yebo.
Yes.
It hadn't run out. You had it from the time you arrived at Vosloorus until you left. You didn't need to buy further or more alcohol.
Sukela ngesikhathi ke wafika ngaso sokwazi kwayisikhathi wahamba ngaso ingabe waphuza nje yena kwangekho zange kube khona isidingo sokuthi uhambe futhi uyothenga enye.
Kulokho okushoyo ukuthi mhlawumbe mayiphelile ngahamba nobani uyothenga ini. Angeke ngithi mhlawumbe ayothengela mina. Mhlawumbe omunye engahamba uyithengela okwakho kuphuzwa kuyi. ngeke ngikwazi ukuthi mhlambe yakumayiphela ngasiphi isikhathi sathengani saphuzana.
I wouldn't be able to be in a position to say that when it ended or when it ran out, we then went to buy, and it was not to say that if I had left with someone, that person would have gone to buy it for me.
Now, just to complete that point and move on to another aspect, how sober were you when you observed the alleged incidents of 26 October 2014?
Wawusoba kangakanani-ke uma ubona-ke isehlakalo noma-ke isigameko sange-26 October 2014?
Ngicabanga ukuthi ngoba ngababona bekwazi ukubuya, ngabuye ngahamba nabo ngadriver, ngabashiya bengalimalanga, ngicabanga ukuthi ngangisakhona.
Seeing that, I saw them when they came back. I left, I drove with them, I dropped them, so I think that I was still able.
Now, in your evidence in chief, amongst the police officers that you interacted with regarding this matter, you talked about Warrant Officer Makubo, correct?
Ushilo-ke izolo ufakazi lakhe ukuthi kumaphoyisa-ke owakhulumisana nawo mayelana nodaba lolu, ushilo igama lakhe Warrant Officer Makubo.
Yebo?
Yes.
And if I understood your evidence correctly, is that having done your own investigations, you then came to the conclusions that the accused persons that are before court are somehow involved in this case, correct?
Ushilo-ke nokuthi uthe uma usuzenzele olwakho uphenyo, wakusuthola-ke ukuthi abasolwa-ke laba abaphambi kwale nkantolo ukuthi-ke ngandlela ethize-ke ukuthi bayabandakanyeka-ke kulesi sehlakalo lesalecala lelo phambi kwenkantolo.
Ngifisa ukwazi ukuthi might investigation ingizenzele yona noma yenziwe i-stage.
Just wish to understand when you say my investigation that I did or that was done by the state.
That's what I wanted to understand from you, because in your evidence in chief towards the end yesterday, you were asked two aspects by my learned friend, Mr. Malone. And I want you to clarify for me, because remember, we are writing as you are speaking, so sometimes we miss things. So I don't want to put wrong things to you. So that's why I say clarify for me.
Ebengifuna ukuzwa kuwena-ke ngoba-ke izolo la egcineni-ke kwizinto okuyibuzwa kuyena-ke umshushisi ngesinye isikhathi siyabhala-ke ngesikhathi wena usakhuluma ezinye izinto-ke singayitholi kahle-ke ingakho bengithi ngicela wena-ke ungichazele.
Ngochazela ukuthi uMakubo ngazenzela mina investigation or yenziwa Warrant Officer Makubo.
That I did the investigation or it was done by Makubo.
Let me put this to you, these two questions that I say. Perhaps I heard from my learned colleague, Mr. Baloyi, then you gave answers to so that we can be on the same page. I think Mr. Baloyi asked this, and will tell me if I'm wrong. He asked you whether you met Colonel Gininda in Aviator Kempton Park, correct?
That's correct.
Yebo kuyiqiniso ukuthi ngibuzileke ukuthi ngahlangana noKenneth noGininda eAviator eKempton Park.
In fact, now, respect to him, he's a brigadier, but I've always known him as a colonel. And then he asked you, Colonel Gininda, in the presence of General Tony, what do you know about this matter? And if I'm wrong, you correct me. Your response to that was that there's nothing that you can say about the matter. Am I right?
Wasekubuza-ke uKenneth, ngiyamazi ukuthi ubrigadier kodwa-ke sonke isikhathi ngimazi uKenneth. Wasekubuza-ke yena-ke uKenneth Gininda ukuthi ekubuza ekhona uKenneth Tony ukuthi wazini ngalolu daba, wabusuthi wena-ke awazi lutho.
Ngicabanga ukuthi uthatha amanothi ngendlela e-wrong.
I think you took your notes in the wrong way.
Ngithe uKenneth Gininda ukuthi kwazi uzongibuza ingoba wayesereferwe uGeneral yini.
I said that what led Colonel Gininda to come and ask me questions is because he was referred to by the general. Yebo.
uKolonel Gininda ngamtshela lokho ayakafika ngibuza khona okumayelana nabasolwa.
I then told Colonel Gininda that which he asked me regarding the suspects.
Okay. So that's your explanation. Let's leave that. Let's leave it there. Now let's come to this interaction with Makubo, warrant officer, in the presence of General Leshabane. You remember that interaction?
Ngiyakhumbula-ke ukukhulumisana noMakubo ekhona uGeneral Leshabane.
Yebo.
Yes.
And prior to that, you said also present was General Shadrack Sibiya, but I'm not sure whether when Makubo was there, Sibiya was also present. Clarify that for me.
Ukhulumile ke nangaye uGeneral Sibiya, angazi noma ngathi ukhuluma ngoGeneral Sibiya nokuthi uMakubo naye wayekhona yini lapho.
Yebo wayekhona.
Yes, Makubo was there.
Okay. Now you are asked by Lishaban to say, repeat the info that you have given to me to Warrant Officer Makubo so that he can hear it firsthand, correct?
So uthi ke wase uGeneral Lishabane ethi kuwena ke ngicela uphinde lokhu ongitshele kona ke ekhona uWarrant Officer Makubo ukuze ayizwele.
Wakusho uGeneral Leshabane.
Is that what General
Whoever
Lishabane said?
who informed you to repeat what you had told Sibiya and Leshabane to repeat it to Makubo?
Kwakubani owayicela noma etshela ukuthi uphinde lokho owakusho kuSibiya kanye noLeshabane ngathi sekukhona uMakubo.
uGeneral Leshabane
General
owam-explainela uWarrant Officer Makubo.
General Lishabane explained to Warrant Officer Makubo.
Okay. And after that explanation was proffered to Makubo, what did he say about that information that you had just given them?
Wase ethini ke uMakubo emuva kokuthi ese explainelwe ke uyena uGeneral Lishabane.
Mangikhumbule kahle angazi noma just say izolo singakhulumi nge-hearsay evidence isuka kubantu eyami noMakubo. Kodwa
Yesterday it was said by the court that we shouldn't refer to hearsay that was coming from myself and Makubo, right?
No, just wait what the law says. If counsel asks you a question which borders on hearsay, or for you to answer it requires hearsay, you are entitled to answer it. You are aware of that. And that hearsay is admissible.
Uma ubuzwa ucancel ke ngokomthetho ke uvumelekile ke ukuthi uphenduleke lokho.
Okay. Umbuzo obuthi ngale
wase ethini uma angithi uthe uLeshabane wami explainela emuva kokuthi uLeshabane sem explaineke kunempendulo eyabuya kuMakubo yathini leyo mpendulo emuva kokuthola explanation kuLeshabane.
Warrant Officer Makubo wakuchitha lo information athi akusiyona.
He disputed that and said that information is not correct.
Now let's go back to the information that you gave that Makubo dismissed out of hand. What information pertaining to this case did you give?
Yiphi ke leyo information ayicitha wathi akusiyona?
Eyokuthi abasolwa umsolwa number 5 okunkani wayengekho lapho wayekade eboshwe uye.
That accused number 5 was not there. He had been arrested by Makubo by him.
And what about the other remaining suspects that are here? What did he say?
Wathini ngabanye laba abakhona?
Ngicabanga ukuthi wayekhuluma mhlambe ngesuspect ayiyazi ukuthi iboshwe uye kwi-previous case. Hayi abanye engabazi ngicabanga wayekhuluma ngokuthi yena uyamazi unkani waboshwa uye.
I think he was referring to the suspect that was arrested by him, not the other suspects, because he knows Nkani, that Nkani was arrested by him.
Thank you.
In a previous case.
Yes, it is.
Yeah, I did that. Because the impression
In the
now is
previous
that
case.
Makubo arrested him for this very case.
Oh, in the previous case.
Yes, very important.
And what was the reason for Makubo to dismiss that information outright? What did he say to you was his reason to dismiss that information?
Kwakuyini isizathu esanikezwa uyena uMakubo sokuthi achithe lokho?
Ngicabanga ukuthi mhlambe i-evidence ayinayo kulokho naye kholelwa yikho wayekholelwa ukuthi u-accused number 5 uboshwe uye shuthi uye waziyo u-accused number 5.
I think the information that he had, or that he was referring to, that accused number 5 had been arrested by him. He knows about accused number 5.
I didn't intend to do this, but I'm going to now have to refer you to your statements that you made on the 31st of May 2023, a few weeks ago. I've got a handwritten one, but it's written by, I know this handwriting proper.
What's the statement number?
It's A245. It's a typed out statement. Do you have that document in front of you? My lord, my lord, the document in front of me has got 1, 2, 3, 6, 9 pages, inclusive, and the 10th page is the commissioning page, and it's comprised of typewritten content. 21 paragraphs, my lord. I just want to refer him to this particular aspect only. So, my family so in mind, my lord. I'm not sure whether it's prudent that I put all 21 paragraphs. If I need to refer
Yeah, you
him.
have to.
All 21.
Yeah, state this is Mafaladi, so
Yes.
right. You have to, because the court has got to understand the context.
Yes.
How if you choose one paragraph?
I will do so, my lord. The statement reads, I, the undersigned, sorry. I nearly failed to qualify the statement. Now, the document in front of you, if you look at the last page of the document, because the ones that we have, we don't have the initials at the back, because there's a powered by a CAD scanner that's obliterated your initials and everything. So the document that you have in front of you, do you recognize it?
The document yes.
Yebo.
Yes.
Where was this document made?
Yenzelwa kuphi?
Number 9 Beatrix Avenue, Russell Centurion.
Number 9 Beatrix Avenue, Russell Centurion.
And who was the taker of that statement?
Sasithathwa ubani?
Ngicabanga ukuthi uBrigadier Gininda.
I think Brigadier Gininda.
And when you sat with Brigadier Gininda to take that statement, was he in the company of somebody else, or was it just the two of you?
Nkathi ke Brigadier Gininda esithatha konake le statement kwakuyena kuphela noma unomuntu ayehamba naye ngalelo langa lelo?
Ngicabanga ukuthi wayenomunye asebenzisana naye.
I think he was, sorry.
Sergeant Mohale.
I think he was with a colleague, Sergeant Mohale.
And when the statement was made, you were interviewed for the purposes of making this statement. What language was used?
Uluphi ulimi enani khulumisana ngalo?
isiZulu.
IsiZulu.
And obviously, for obvious reasons, I take that he also spoke Zulu, so you understood each other.
Ukusho ukuthi nanizwana naye kulizulu nizwana.
Yebo.
Yes.
And after making this statement and the contents of that be reduced to writing, was it read back to you?
Emuva kokuthi ke istatement lesi ke sesenzile ngomamagama esebhale phansi ke ngabe wathi uma seqedile ke wakufundela lokhu akubhalile.
Ukucacisa kulokho istatement ngazenzela mina kodwa ngangisenze ngesandla sasingathayiphiwe.
To explain to that, I reduced the statement to writing myself with my own handwriting, but it wasn't typed.
Okay. And your handwritten statement, once you were satisfied with the contents thereof, you then initialed all the pages and signed the signing page and had it commissioned by Commissioner of Oaths, correct?
Uma usuqedile-ke wa-initial noma wasayina-ke emva kokuthi-ke emva kwalokho sasesikhomishonwa-ke.
Yebo.
Yes.
And you are satisfied that the document in front of you confirm that it's your statement?
Nelisekile-ke ukuthi lesi siphambi kwakho yisona istatement sakho.
Yebo.
Yes.
Thank you, my lord. I mean, that as the court places. The statement reads, I, the undersigned, Sizwe Skhumbuzo Zungu, with ID, I'll leave it out, 37 years old, state under oath that I reside at, I'll leave the address for security reasons and your cell numbers, and you are employed as a constable at the South African Police Service in Sabenza Police Station. Paragraph 2. On Sunday, 2014, 10/26 at 7:30, I received a call from my nephew, Gwabeni, whose real name is Sizwe Zungu. He told me to come visit him at Vosloorus Hostel where he was residing. He also told me that our homeboys will be coming to visit as well, the likes of Muzikau Kulelwa Sibia, who is related to Gwabeni, and Nkani's Fiso Zungu Ntuli Mafika, whose real name is Bongani Gwabini. Sorry, Bongani Ntanzi, who is my cousin and is also related to Gwabini, Mtokozi Mapisa, and Nkani, whose real name is Fiso Kushe Zungu Ntuli, and others who are from Opiswene, Nongoma, KwaZulu-Natal. He said they will be excited to see me. I told him that I'll be starting at my workplace in Tembisa Police Station. Thereafter, I will come through. Paragraph 3, I received a call from him again at about 10 a.m. He asked me to pick up my nephew, Makosonge, in Johannesburg. He also sent me Makosonge's cell numbers, which I'm not going to read on record. At about 1 p.m., I left the police station and went to pick up Makosonge in Johannesburg. I was communicating with him telephonically using my above cell number until I picked him up at Carlton Center. Then we proceeded to Vosloorus. Upon our arrival, we found Gwabini and other boys from Nongoma, whom I know because we all grew up from the same area. However, some of them I have not seen for decades. Gwabini did the introduction as we were all grown up, and we could not recognize each other. He introduced Carlos, who is known to me as Gada, whose real name is Mtobisi Ngube, and also referred to him as a Butelezi boy. Nkani Sfisokuhle Zungu Ntuli Mafika Bongani Ntanzi Mtokoziseni Mapisa. I did not need an introduction on Muzikaulela Sbia. Carlos, also known as Gada, whose real name is Mtobisi Ngube, and we refer to him at times as Butelezi boy, and Sinako Sibia, because I'm used to them and we see each other more often. We all ate and drank alcohol. I was specifically drinking Jameson whiskey. Others were also sharing the same bottle with me, and others were drinking other kinds of alcohol drinks. We were dancing and singing. I was mixing the whiskey with Indian tonic water as well as ice. It's supposed to be cubes, it's cubes, without counting the ice blocks. I did not order any other alcohol or consume any other different one. I also recall that Muzi's father was around as well, and his names are normally Sibia. Paragraph 4. At about 3 p.m., Sinako Sibia approached me and told me that Nkani Sifiso Kutlentuli Zunguntuli is stating that I removed my vehicle because he wanted to go out as I had parked behind his vehicle and blocked his exit. I was driving a state unmarked vehicle, VW Polo, and Nkani was driving a silver gray hatchback Volkswagen Polo. I then went outside and removed the vehicle out of his way, and he left, but I later came back. I then took my bag out of the vehicle as it contained my firearm, and I also put the vehicle key inside the bag. I gave the bag to Gwabini for safekeeping in his room. He locked my bag inside his bedroom as well as Makosonke's bag. We continued to sit together and have a good time, and other males and females joined in. People were just going in and out, including the above mentioned guys. I also at some point went out to the shops to buy some alcohol drinks with a certain lady and came back into Gwabini's house. Paragraph 5, around 9 p.m. on the very same day, I noticed Muzi Sibia Mafika, in brackets, Sandiso Ntanzi, Nkani Sfiso Kutle Zungu Ntuli, walking after each other to Gwabini's bedroom, coming from outside. I stood up and followed them as I was suspicious of the manner in which they entered the house. I could see there was something wrong. I found Gwabini in the bedroom. As I was approaching them, the bedroom, I could hear Gwabini saying, "There comes Babomngani," and somebody switched off the light. I saw Muzi giving Gwabini a .38 special firearm and Nkani giving Gwabini a 9mm firearm. I asked them why are they having firearms on their hands and asked them where they were coming from. No one responded. I then took the .38 special firearm from Gwabini's hand and looked at it. I asked Gwabini if it was not the same firearm which he said he threw away in the river after shooting Snako with it. He said it was not the same firearm, but the firearm belonged to Nkani. I then gave him back the firearm. I asked that Gwabini give me my firearm. He reached for my bag and gave it to me. I took it and checked it, removed the magazine, and counted my bullets, and I found that they were still the same, and I left them.
SI.
Sorry?
SI.
Oh, SI have left them, sorry. Thank you, I mean, that's it. I was checking if they did not take my firearm and use it somewhere. I also smelled it, but I could not pick up anything. I was concerned if they took my firearm and used it to kill people, because I had knowledge that they are Inkabi and in brackets hitmen. I was shouting and I told them if they had done something, it shall be revealed one day. I put my firearm on my body. Mafika walked out of the bedroom. Tokozi said Mapisa and Carlos Mutobisi Nube walked into the bedroom and sat on the bed. Gwabini asked me to give them space as he wanted to discuss something with these guys, that is Carlos, Mapisa, Muzi, and Nkani. I then took my bag and walked out and sat on the lounge and noticed Mafika changing a black hoodie top he was wearing with a gray hoodie top. I asked him to give me one hoodie, as it seems he has many hoodie tops. Mafika walked back to Gwabini's bedroom to join the others. I did not follow him or hear what they discussed. Paragraph 6. After their meeting, I do recall Muzi approached me and asked for a lift. After a few minutes, Gwabini asked a lift for Muzi, and I asked where Muzi was staying, and he said just outside the hostel. Muzi drew everyone's attention and asked if we have heard that Senzo Meyiwa has died. He was asking loudly as if he was making an announcement. He looked very proud and very excited about the announcement. I commented that he was talking nonsense and that what he was saying was not true, as no one had knowledge of such. There was no media announcements on this. So I did not believe him. There was nothing on the news about his utterances. I told Muzi that I was leaving, and he asked for a lift, and everyone else left, including Mapisa, Nkani, Carlos, and Mafika. I also checked Makosonke, but I could not see him. Gwabeni came to tell me that Makosonke will be sleeping over at his girlfriend's place. I then left to the vehicle with Muzi, and when I reached for the vehicle key inside my bag, I could not find it. I then went back to Gwabeni and found him in the bedroom and asked him where my vehicle key was. We looked everywhere in the bedroom and I could not find it. He said he was calling the guys. He then called and said that others are not picking up and some phones are on voicemail. He eventually thought Tunkani.
Got.
Eh?
Eventually got.
Oh, sorry. He eventually got through to Nkani and asked about the key. Nkani said he will also phone and check the guys. Gwabeni told me that they are coming and bringing the key. My Lord, with respect to what we discussed, can I squat perhaps and have my sip of
You want to
water?
sit down?
Yes.
No ways.
Because,
I know there are counsels who have disabilities.
yes.
You don't have a disability.
No, not to read and sit down. I just want to have a sip with respect to what they said in
You want to
chambers.
hear what?
With respect to the DJP saying drinking water in court and water from a bottle. So I need to have a sip. Sorry?
I don't reach people.
Okay.
You can drink the water.
Thank you, my Lord. I mean, that's it. After a few minutes, that's paragraph 7, I'm sorry. After a few minutes, Mthokozisi Mapisa came and gave me back the vehicle key. He apologized and left. I still don't know when, how, and why my key taken out of the bag. I left with Muzi, Mtogo, and the other guy I don't know. I dropped off Muzi along the road just outside Kwaveni's place and not far from where I dropped off Muzi. The other guys alighted. I dropped off Mtogo at engine fuel station at Modderfontein. I then went home. Paragraph 8. On Tuesday, 2014, 10/28, I saw an article on one of the newspaper about the murder of Senzo Meyiwa. I also noticed that the sketch of one of the suspects fitted the description of Mafika, in brackets, Bongani Ntanzi, and that he was wearing a black hoodie top. And that the other suspect had dreadlocks, which resembles that of Carlos Gardan movie. I then started to be suspicious for the fact that on the day they were carrying firearms and fitted the description of the suspects mentioned, and I also and also that Mafika, in brackets Bongani Ntanzi, was wearing a black hoodie top. I then heard in the media that one of the suspects was arrested. I withdrew my suspicion and I didn't do any follow-up. I later heard again in the media that the suspect who was arrested was actually not the correct suspect and he was later released. I then had the interest to know who was the arrested guy. I saw his photo on social media platform. I then realized that the suspect that was arrested could not be the correct suspect, as I did not see him mingling him, Carlos Mapisa Mthokozisi Muzi Mafika on the 26th of October 2014. Paragraph 9. I got hold of the cell phone numbers of General Leshabane, who was then the head of detectives in Gauteng. I called and informed him that I have information about the murder of Senzo Meyiwa. He said we should meet at Tembisa police station. He arrived driving a brown Mercedes-Benz SUV. I shared with him all the above mentioned information and my knowledge about the murder of Senzo Meyiwa. He said we will do follow-up investigation. After 3 weeks, he called me to say the information I gave him is positive, but he wants to further task the detectives to further follow it up. He informed me that he had discovered something on the suspect that is in Rustenburg. He said he will inform the minister, Bekikele, and the then National Commissioner, General Ketlasitole. He then asked me about the other suspects. I told him that one of the suspects stays around Tembisa and that he was dealing in drugs. After a few weeks, he called again to ask I assist him with the information of the whereabouts of Muzi Sibia as well as his picture. I provided the general with the requested pictures, but included those of Mafikantanzi. I did give him the full information about Muzi and where he could be found, as well as that of Mafikantanzi. He said he will pursue the information and update me about the outcome of the investigation. I later learned from the general that they managed to arrest Muzi for dealing in drugs, and he questioned him about the case of Senzo Meyiwa. He told me that Muzi disputed information, but he implicated his uncle, who is a well-known general, who is well known to the general. I know that Muzi's uncle was known as Butle Spivantuli, and I know that he was killed a few years ago. The general was at that stage no longer the head of detectives in Gauteng, but he was the cluster commander in Tembisa. Paragraph 10. Few weeks later, Muzi Sibia was arrested on drugs related charges. I was then phoned by Butle Spivantuli after his release from police custody. Butle said that he urgently wants to see me. We agreed to meet at the Tembisa Plaza. After a few minutes, he phoned and informed me that he has arrived, but I told him I'm at the Tembisa police station, and he advised me to meet him there. He arrived in a brown police sedan at the police station with Mafika Bongani Ntanzi and 4 unknown males. He alighted from the vehicle and I asked that I help him with 2 illegal firearms. I was shocked with his request, as I've never done such activity with him. I then suspected that they came to identify me in order to kill me with regard to the information I gave to General Leshabane about the murder of Senzo Meyiwa. I know that Butle Spivantuli was a well-known taxi killing hitman in brackets in Kabi. In 2019, my sister was getting married customarily in Nongoma. Muzi was also present, as is from the neighborhood. He is also a relative to my nephew Gwabeni, and Gwabeni is my nephew. Muzi told me about his arrest of dealing in drugs in Tembisa, and he did not deny that he was dealing in drugs. However, he said he was questioned about the suspicion that he was involved in the killing of Senzo Meyiwa. I responded to say that I also heard that he is involved in the killing of Senzo Meyiwa. He did not deny, but he said the Senzo Meyiwa matter is a complex and sensitive, and he suggested that we speak about it at a different venue and at the later stage, because he was he was not the only one involved in the killing of Senzo Meyiwa, and that this was discussed within our families. He said this while Gwabini was approaching, and he was clear that he did not want Gwabini to hear the discussion. Muzi wanted me to assist him in suppressing the case of Senzo Meyiwa and remove his name from it by not mentioning his name anyway. We did not finalize our discussion as Gwabini joined us. What Muzi did not know was that Gwabini was talking to me openly about Muzi's involvement in the killing of Senzo Meyiwa. Paragraph 12. Subsequent to this event, I received a call from Muzi. He indicated that from Nongoma he went to Mpumalanga. He wanted us to arrange a follow-up discussion of Senzo Meyiwa murder and how I could assist. We agreed to meet when he is back in Johannesburg. Paragraph 13. The same year, 2019, I received a call from General Lishaban who asked me to meet him at his cluster office in Kloorkop, Kempton Park. It was possibly Sunday at around 1700 hours when I arrived in his office. I met General Lishabani. He informed me that he did further investigation and followed up on the information Muzi gave him about the involvement of his uncle Butches Pivantuli, who was well known to him. The general told me that he has found that Muzi was directly involved in the murder of Senzo Meyiwa and that the information he gave was accurate and correct. He informed me that he has invited General Sibiya, who is the head of the Hawks in Gauteng, so that he can brief him on this case and see how he will weigh the information and evidence that we have. Indeed, at around 1900 hours, a gentleman arrived who was introduced to me as General Sibiya by General Leshabani. General Leshabani briefed General Sibiya about the information. I gave him, and also that he conducted his investigation and managed to link Muzi and Bongani Tanzi about their involvement in this case. I was also invited to share the information clearly to General Sibiya. General Sibiya responded to say, according to his knowledge, the information is correct and accurate. General Sibiya asked General Shaban, who was dealing with this case from the office of the National Commissioner. General Shaban said it was Lieutenant Gininda. General Sibiya proposed to General Shaban that Warrant Officer Makubo must be called to come through and listen to the information. However, General Shabani did not have the cell number of Warrant Officer Makubo. General Sibiya gave General Shabani the cell numbers of Makubo, and he called Makubo. Warrant Officer arrived after 30 minutes. General Shabani shared the information with him and Makubo. And Makubo refuted the information and told us that I'm lying and that there is no such information and evidence that link Nkani, that is in brackets Sfisokuhle Zungu Ntuli. He disputed everything I shared with them and said that I must reveal my source. Warrant Officer Makubo showed us a picture of Nkani and said he arrested Nkani on other matters in KwaZulu-Natal and that Nkani is not involved in the Senzo Meyiwa, in the murder of Senzo Meyiwa, as well as the other suspects I have mentioned. He further accused me of coming to them with with baseless information. He kept on insisting that I reveal my source and bring him. Upon realizing that he wanted to know where do I get the information and who is my source, I agreed that I will bring the source. The meeting ended with a clear understanding to me that warrant officer did not want to take the information I have shared with them. After the meeting, I left with warrant officer Makubo to drop me off at Tembisa police station and General Sibia and left General Sibia and General Leshabani. Paragraph 14. In the same year, I received a call from a lady who identified herself as Lieutenant Colonel Buthelezi, who said she was a forensic investigator in the murder of Senzo Meyiwa. The officer asked to meet me in relation to the information I gave to warrant officer Makubo, and we agreed to meet at McDonald's Kempton Park. When we met, I realized that she was in the company of warrant officer Makubo. She asked me to repeat the information that I have shared with warrant officer Makubo, and I did. She further asked me about my relationship to the suspect, which I have explained. She also asked if I'm related and know Kelly Khumalo, and I told her that I do not know her, nor am I related to her, except for seeing her on social media platforms. Lieutenant Colonel Buthelezi accused me and General Leshabani of trying to protect Kelly Khumalo and shift the blame to the suspects I was mentioning. She told me that she has evidence that implicate Kelly in the murder and that the shooter was one of those who were in the house. I disagreed with her based on the information I had, and our discussions ended with no fruitful outcome. Paragraph 15. In the same year, 2019, I went to Tolcom Towers at SAPS head office where I met with Brigadier Gininda, then a colonel. I shared with him the information and the knowledge I had about the suspects involved in the murder of Senzo Meyiwa. Brigadier promised me that he will follow up the information and do the investigation. On the 11th of November 2019, I received a call from General Leshabani on my cell number, which I'm not going to read, and he informed me that Brigadier Gininda, then Colonel from the National Commissioner's Office, wanted to see me on the following day, that is the 12th of November 2019, and I have agreed. On the following day, I went to the Tembisa Cluster's Commander's Office, General Leshabani's office. I found the General and he phoned Brigadier Gininda, but Brigadier told him that he will not make it to the meeting and asked that the meeting be rolled over to the following day on the 13th November 2019, and he said the meeting place must be at Kempton Park. After speaking on the phone with Brigadier Gininda, he asked me after speaking on the phone with Brigadier Gininda, he asked me how did Brigadier Gininda came to know about the information of the murder of Meyiwa, and I told him that I'm the one who shared the information with the Brigadier. He asked me to not further share the information with him, as he wanted the Brigadier to hit the brick wall and not get the information. On the 13th of November 2019, I met with the Brigadier at Kempton Park. He was in the company of Brigadier Tony, who he said he identified as his colleague. In that meeting, I was interviewed further by the two officers in relation to the information I gave to Brigadier Gininda. I gave all the information at my disposal because it was clear that officers were doing investigation, who were doing the investigation. On the information I gave, the information, I was also asked to identify one of my parents or senior relative who can confirm my relation with the suspects, as I have indicated that I come from the same area as them. I identify my father as the person who can confirm my relationship with the suspect. Subsequent to the meeting with the two officers, I met General Leshabane, who asked me how did the meeting go. I informed him that I decided to tell the Brigadier all the information I have about the matter of Senzo Meyiwa, despite his warning that I should not share the information with the Brigadier. I could see that the General was not happy about my response. Paragraph 17. On the 18th of November 2018, around 07:13, I walked to the spaza in my area, Tembisa. I noticed silver brown Corolla parked a few minutes away to the place of my residence. I was passing by the vehicle. I saw three occupants, whom one is known to me Nkazamulo as Nkazamulo Ntuli, who is related to Muzi Sibia and Ngani Sfisogu Ntuli. I managed to see Nkazamulo because he was sitting at the back and the window where he was seated was open. I proceeded to the shop and bought a cigarette. When I walked back from the shop, as I was passing by the same vehicle, Nkazamulo extended his hand holding a firearm and pointed it toward my direction. The firearm was a pistol, black in color. I could see he was trying to aim and shoot at me, and I started to run away towards the direction of the shop and jumped into people's yard until I got home. I was not in possession of my service pistol. I went home and took my pistol. When I went out to confront them, the vehicle was no longer there. I then phoned General Shaban and reported this incident to him. I further informed the General that I suspect that the information I shared about the matter of Senzo Meyiwa could have leaked from his side, because I know that the suspects who came to shoot me are known to him and they know each other. General asked me if I have opened the case, and I said no. He offered that he will send the vehicle to pick me up and take to his cluster office. I informed the General that I will make means to get to his office on my own. The reason I said that is because I was wary of the involvement in the incident that took place. I then phoned Gwabini Sizwe Zungu. Gwabini, who I know is a relative to all these suspects, including Muzi Sibia. I informed Gwabini of the incident which has just taken place to alert him, as I suspected that they wanted to kill me because I was busy sharing the information with the police about the suspects who are involved in the Senzo Meyiwa, in the matter of Meyiwa, and wanted Gwabini to watch his back, as he also had information and knowledge about the case. Paragraph 19. We arranged to meet with Gwabini on the very same day at Jamestown so that we could discuss the matter in person. We met in Jamestown as arranged. Gwabini then called Nkazamulo in my presence and inquired why they were attempting to shoot me. Nkazamulo denied that he had attempted to shoot me, but I maintained my position that I know him very well and I know what I saw him doing. We called Muzi and informed him that his relatives are trying to kill me for the case of Senzo Meyiwa, where he is suspected to have been involved. Prior to this call, Gwabini informed me that the right person to call was Muzi, because he was very stressed and panicking that I'm giving out information about the involvement in the killing of Senzo Meyiwa. Muzi acknowledged that he is aware that his relatives wanted to kill me because they also believed that I was selling them out to the police for their involvement in the matter of Senzo Meyiwa. He further said that he will not speak to them and he will He further said that he will speak to them and tell them to stop what they were trying to do to me immediately, but insisted that I should meet with him and discuss this matter and avoid future incidents of this nature. Muzi also said Gwabini must give me his current cell numbers as we called him, using Gwabini's cell number, and placed him on a speaker. Gwabini gave me Muzi's current cell number at that time. Later the same day, I phoned Muzi, and he confirmed that he did speak to his relatives that they will stop trying to kill me, and he further insisted that we should meet, but we never met until he was arrested for the killing of Senzo Meyiwa. I was also told by Gwabini that Muzi's father is grateful that I'm willing to meet his son and resolve the Senzo Meyiwa case instead of getting his son arrested. Paragraph 20. I thereafter proceeded to General Lishwabani's office, where I met him and reiterated the incident of that morning. The general asked if I have informed Brigadier Gininda, and I said yes. He then said he will speak to the uncle of the suspect in order to stop this attempt. The general further told me that we should stop engaging and discuss about the Senzo Meyiwa case, and that we should leave it to the national head office. I can recall that Gwabini's cell number is Warawara. I'm not going to read it. Paragraph 21. I can also confirm that Carlos Ngube had dreadlocks and gold tooth insection on the upper part of his teeth. On the day of the killing of Senzo Meyiwa, he is also appearing on A94 in the following photo numbers from 10 to 17. On page 17, he appears with Nkani Sifiso Butlentuli. He also appears on photo 22 to 24 and 31, 34 to 35, 46 to 48 in the police docket marked Vosloorus case 63610 of 24. Section A, volume 4, Mtokozi Cinema Pisa also appear in photos 7, 170, 17, 23. I can also confirm that the sketch that I saw back in 2014 of Bongani Ntanzi is the same as I saw in Vosloorus case 6361024, section A, volume 3, A154, page 2, and in brackets 8 of 8, and paragraph 22. I know and understand the contents of the statement. I have no objection to taking this prescribed oath. I know the prescribed I consider the prescribed oath to be binding on my oath, and it is duly certified and signed by the Commission of Oaths. My Lord, I'm being told that it's 1 o'clock now.
Oh, yeah. 6. When are we returning? 2 o'clock. 2 o'clock. Okay.
Would have spoken with that person.
But what is important for this court, those notes were compiled by you from your own knowledge. You didn't have to talk to Ratsam Kwatleng and say, Kumbula, everything in your head.
Yes.
That information on the notes, as we are writing them, nobody assisted you with the truth.
Yes. The truth which angimnikezanga umuntu justice statement for so long.
Yeah.
So ingakho mhlambe kube khona mase bethatha statement kuba khona lo magama phamba nayo.
The truth, my Lord, that I didn't give a statement to someone for so long. Now that's maybe why those names were then confused.
Ngoba according to investigation, my justice gave me baby njengokuthi umuzi kakhulelwa sibi yangizokwenza accuse number 1. Give me tax card ngikhumbula ukuthi umuzi kayikhulelwa ubani kodwa bengithi umuzi. So ngicabanga ukuthi kube ile mistake yabo mabe time.
The other thing, my Lord, is, let's say I speak about accused number 1. To me, it was always Muzi. So it would then take time for me to then na comprehend sorry as to whom muzika yikulelwa is.
Mr. Baloyi, what's your view?
As a court, please, my lord, I am of the firm view that the statement is before court, that cross-examination should occur on the statement as it is. I think there will be no purpose in presenting notes that were used to prepare the statement.
Yeah, okay. Mr. Messi, please. I rule that the statement is admissible in the sense that the author of the statement is before us,
Yes, madam.
and the author of the statement says he wasn't assisted to make that statement.
Yes, madam.
He made the notes, and they were incorporated into this statement. Right?
Yes, madam.
Of course, he says there were 2 or 3 or 5 mistakes regarding the names,
Yes.
not the contents of the statement itself.
Yes, madam.
Okay, so you can continue.
I'm going to demonstrate, madam,
Okay,
very briefly,
okay.
that what this witness has just tried to explain in his quest to try and justify this contradiction in the statement. He's just been economical with the truth and very disingenuous with the court, madam. In the very same paragraph, this is what I'm going to say, madam, because in the very same paragraph, he said, I saw Moses giving Kwabeni a point.
3-8.
Yes, a 38 special firearm and Kani,
Yes.
giving Kwabeni a 9mm firearm. He still doesn't say accused number 3 was involved. Then further on down the line, he's saying Mthokoziseni Mapisa and Carlos Mthokoziseni walk into the room and sat on the bedroom. Were those still mistakes that he could not identify when he was reading the statement after it has been typed? And now the question is, if he saw those mistakes, why did he not go back to the typer and say, or the person that was taking the notes and say, no, here you've made a mistake. And the statement has been read to him on behalf of accused number, I'm sorry, my lord, on behalf of accused number 1 and 2, as is here. It does not even say, no, I note that there's a mistake with regard to the naming of the people in that statement. I want that to be corrected, my lord.
Elinye ke iphutha akhombayo ke ummeli lana ilana ithi khona ke ngase ngibona umuzi enikeza uGwabeni i.38 special unkani enikeza uGwabeni i9mm i9mm bese uhlake uthi ngase ngibona ke umthokoziseni Maphisa kanye noCarlos Mthobisi Mncube base bengena ke ekamereni bayohlala embhedeni. Manje ukuthi meqhubeka ke ummeli ukuthi ufuna ukuthi nala amaphutha awuzange wabone ukuthi ke lo muntu owayetype istatement umtshela ukuthi akusilona nje kuphela lapha yana kodwa nalana futhi wenze elinye iphutha.
My justice, ingakho ngithi amagama uma bewafaka bebefaka amagama ukuthi ligama kumele lingene la kodwa lingene komunye njengalo elishoyo athi accused number 4 and number 5 la ukuthi accused number 4 ungene no accused number 3 kodwa mina ngithi accused number 4 ungene no accused number 5.
My lord, which is then what I said when I said that the names were not placed correctly. Where a name was supposed to be placed or written, a different name would be written. According to this, it says accused number 4 and number 3 came in, but I am saying that it was accused number 4 and accused number 5.
Mr. Messi,
Which is the reason why, my lord.
yeah, I hear you.
Yes, my lord, thank you.
Mr. Baloyi, the notes, can we get the notes or it's just a futile exercise?
No, we haven't seen the notes, but I don't see how the notes will be of any assistance. The witness is providing an explanation for the errors. Things for counsel to take up those issues with the witness. I don't see how the notes can be of any assistance.
Just for my further understanding, you say this statement, you signed it where?
When?
Where?
Where? What side the labo the statement says?
Centurion.
Centurion, my lord.
In the police station.
The police station.
It's a police headquarters.
Police headquarters.
The statement was typed on the same day and you signed it on the same day.
Sathathwa ngalelo langa was signed ngalelo langa.
ngesikhathi ngikhuluma should be type.
As I was speaking, they were typing.
Then ngoba bengiphethe ama notes afana nalawo, maybe I will refer date to this date, then ngizobe ngikhuluma ngaleyo date.
Because I had the notes, my lord, with me, I would then be referring to that specific date.
And when they get it back to you,
They give it back to me on the same day I read it.
and then what about the confusion of the names? Didn't you tell them that the names are being confused?
No, when I read it at home, that's why I came back and said those names were placed incorrectly. Only the names that were placed incorrectly.
Only the names.
Base ngifundela ke ekhaya ila ngabona khona ukuthi amagama awabekiwe kwindawo ekuyizona. Mase ngifundele ekhaya amagama kuphela.
Mr. Baloyi, your contention is that this statement should stand.
Yes, indeed, my lord, and that cross-examination should occur
Cross-examination.
on the state.
Okay, yes, Mr. Ms. Can continue.
As it please the court, my
Yeah.
lord.
If you want to continue, you can continue.
With the cross-examination.
Yes, yes. The state
How is
says
it?
the statement should stand.
Yes,
Despite
ma'am.
the
Yes.
mistakes which the state contends that you can elicit, and the response should be also noted.
But Mr. My colleague, my lord, is not an authority. He can't give an order and say that it's only his
represents the
view. I
state.
think it should come from the court that no, in the circumstances of what has been presented before court, then the court rules that cross-examination should then be proceeded with on the basis of this statement.
Yes. Yes. You can proceed.
As it please the court, my lord.
And then the court will have to decide, as you say.
Excuse me, my lord.
And the court will have to decide.
Yes.
Thereafter, because the state has got the right to withdraw the statement if they want to, but the state is not in the mood to do that. They say they stand by the statement with the explanations. Okay, so proceed.
As it please the court, my lord. My attention has been drawn to the fact that apparently the client
what?
wants to see me, my lord.
Who's that?
That Mr. Mube wants to bring something to my attention.
Mr. Mube.
Yes,
Oh,
may I
so-
request
yeah,
an
fine,
indulgence, man? Thank
Yeah,
you.
fine.
I'm afraid, my lord, this argument has got some rippling effects because it has just been brought to my attention by accused, by Mr. Mube, that as he was sitting there and listening to what this witness was saying, is that this witness said that he wrote a statement and then it was commissioned. It never mentioned notes. And then after he wrote that statement, then it was taken for typing. And he's even requesting that if that is still in contention, then we can go to the record just to find out whether what he's telling this court through me is what this witness said.
Now, may I listen? He wrote the notes, not under oath.
Under oath.
He wrote the notes. He was giving them to Gininda. He wrote the notes, yeah. Sorry, did you write the notes with your own handwriting?
My justice
Yeah,
notes, let's say I made general lecture.
yeah, yeah.
Then I will write whatever that on that day.
With your own handwriting.
Sometimes with my handwriting, maybe I record in my mind, then when I get home, I just keep on record.
With your own handwriting.
Yes.
Uthi ke awekwenza asithi ke mhlambe ngalelo langa uhlangana noGeneral Shabane. Uzothi ke kule nkulumo yakhe ke noGeneral Shabane ayibhalele nje okunye nje agcila kubambe la kena ke emqondweni. Uma sefika ke endlini ke aphinde futhi abhaleke noma akurekhode lokho. Kodwa wayebhala yena ke esebenzisa esakhe isandla.
Okay, that's the evidence I heard.
Yes, I also had the note explanation, my lord, when I actually requested that we should be given the original version of the statement. That's
Okay, you know what?
Yes, my lord.
Are there any other statements or notes which you have?
I will check in my justice. I will provide it.
When we adjourn from here, do you go home or do you go where your safety is being secured under the protection witness
I'm going
scheme?
to receipt. Please.
Hello?
I'm going to receipt, please.
Yeah.
Protection.
Are these documents at
At
that
home.
safe place?
No, some of them are there, but
And
some
others?
of them are there, not there. Are at home.
Where is home? Natal, KZN.
Some are at KZN, some are here in Gauteng.
Mthi-ke kwiindawo ezahlukene ke la agcinwa khona ekhaya hambe e-KZN nalana-ke eGauteng.
At KZN, who is there?
My
Your
justice.
father? Your father? Is your father there or your mother? Your sister? At KZN.
There's people abasebenza ekhaya because I moved my family due to their safety.
Kunabantu-ke, there are people who are working there, ifamily yami ngayihambisa ngenxa yokuvikeleka kwabo.
Unless kuzoya mina.
So
Unless I go, my lord.
the house, or unless you go,
Yes, I'll get some.
when you will you return? Mabuhamba. Will you be
I
back?
don't know the financial complication.
The what?
Malindon.
He said
Unless
not
the
a
state
financial
provide.
complication, unless the state provides.
So you don't mind being driven down?
Awunandaba ukuthi bangakuhambisa bakusi.
Yeah,
You don't mind?
I don't mind.
Will you be having security driving you down? Mr. Baloyi? Does this I fear for this gentleman's life
Yes.
because we've got evidence here that there was an attempt to murder him. You see people keep on saying to kill him. The difference between killing and murdering. So, does he have sufficient protection to be
Indeed.
driven down? Because there are people here in court.
Yes.
I don't know. They are listening.
Yes, yes.
I don't know. No, but we must be realistic in this case.
Indeed. In fact, today security has even been enhanced.
The what?
The security around him has been enhanced as a result of the incident that we showed this morning.
Yeah, like you see, there were the threats.
Yes.
When I saw those things.
So he's
So there's a real possibility that the safety of this witness is being compromised. Magapumala, and it goes not to a safe house, it goes to their home, because there are cell phones, can be phoned. That he's coming home. Are you with me?
yes, indeed.
These are practical things.
Yes, indeed.
Practical things. Serious. So where are these security guys so that we see? Are they in court? Outside?
I think they're outside.
Can you make arrangements
I'm sure arrangements can be made, my lord.
so that this witness
Yes, yes.
must be given the opportunity to go home, to retrieve all those notes, and he must also go to the safe house on Monday. Is it possible on Monday we'll have those documentation?
Yes,
Yes.
I'm sure arrangements can be made. my lord.
Yeah, okay. Mr. Nisi will postpone this case. And we hope this witness will still be alive on Monday. How much is it?
I will pray.
Yeah?
I will pray.
You'll pray.
I'm not well. There are car accidents as well, my lord.
No.
So, I will not put my head on the block for that.
Yeah, you're right. Haven't you had a guy being murdered by a moving car? I'm
My
sure
God.
you see. Yes, then it becomes an accident. But the latter will be dead.
I always knew those as reckless
What?
and negligent driving, my lord. It could be a
What?
bus that will be heading to Zimbabwe that gets
Yeah,
off
it's
the road and
possible,
then
you're right.
hits him and then
Okay.
it's gone. As it please the court.
But you know what? In the meantime, all councils, I want you to address me on the admissibility of this statement in regards to the fact that it is being added to by the evidence, the viva voce evidence of this witness. Can you prepare an argument, all of you? I'm going to prepare one.
Let us get the directive properly, my lord. The court is asking us to...
The legality, the lawfulness of the additional statements he makes in court to be taken and incorporated into his statement, and the mistakes he explains in his statement. I'm aware of the case of State versus Mafaladi, so State
Yes,
versus
ma'am.
Govenda,
Yes.
etc., etc. But I'm just saying, I want you to address me on that exigence on Monday, if you are able to. If you are not, Tuesday or Wednesday.
As it is the court, my lord.
Mr. Baloyi? Thank you.
Please, Mr.
Okay, it's fine. Let me adjourn. On that note, Monday. Are you still alive? I'm happy to see you.
I'm still alive, my justice.
Okay. Mr. Baloyi?
Please, my lord, the state has prepared its heads as requested by the court.
Right.
Just a short while ago, I inquired from the investigating officer if the notes were found. The investigating officer, however, informs me that the notes were shredded, destroyed after the statement was made, and therefore the notes are no longer available.
Fine. That is the investigating officer.
Yes.
But what does Mr. Zungu
Yes.
say?
No, I haven't spoken to him as he's under cross-examination, my lord.
Oh, yeah, correct, quite correct. I'm just going to ask Mr. Bnisi, I'm just going to ask if you heard the prosecutor says, according to the investigating officer, the notes were shredded.
Yes.
So I'm going to find out from Mr. Zungu whether the order of the court that they must go to Natal, KZN, and discover or fetch those documents, whether he did that.
I don't have an objection.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Zungu, did you go down to KZN?
Ngakuyini KZN?
My justice yeke zokusemandleni wami konke ukuthola ngenze konke okusemandleni ami ukuthola amaphupho noma lawo maphepha engade ngiwasebenzisa ngakuthola khona kwathola.
Lalela, all I'm trying to ascertain, did you go down to KZN?
My justice ngicela ungakuvezi ngoba for a security reason.
I would like not to divulge it for security reasons, my lord.
No, fine, I understand, but you did go down.
Yes,
to
I did.
KZN.
Yes.
You did go to the place where you said there's a possibility that, or the probability that you'll find the notes,
Yes.
right? Did you find them?
No, I didn't find them. The only thing I found is the statement, the one that I rectify on that thing.
Okay, fine, no problem.
Njike ama-notes awatholanga ekuhambile awakuthola-ke i-statement lesi awasilungisa ngaleliya langa.
Okay. Yeah, the court at the last hearing requested that the state and the defense should prepare heads of argument regarding the exigency that which was raised by Mr. Mnisi when he started to cross-examine, that his cross-examination is impeded by the fact that his instructions are that there was a statement, a written statement, or a written affidavit signed by this accused. Am I correct, Mr. Mnisi? Consequently, the imputation is that there are two affidavits. One is written and signed by this witness, Mr. Zungu, and the other one is a typed one. Is that how I understood you?
Yes, my lord.
That's it.
Yes.
So you insisted that you want the production of that statement, the written statement or the written affidavit.
Yes, my lord.
Okay, fine, thanks. And this court, when Mr. Mnisi came up with that contention, initially said, look, before court there is only one affidavit which appears to be typed. But on reflection, on the assertion made by Mr. Mnisi, I thought that in the interest of justice, it would be fair and it would be in accordance with the principles of according the accused a fair trial, that this court should investigate and interrogate the question whether in fact there are two statements under oath, there are two affidavits, one according to the instructions of Mr. Mnisi, which is written and signed by this witness, and the other one which was deposed to before Colonel Gininda and signed by this witness, because that exigency impedes.
Yes. It's neither here nor there.
Okay, fine.
Yes.
But, you know, it's a question of whether, in fact, there are two affidavits or two statements. The witness says he is only aware of the fact that he composed notes from which the statement was extrapolated when he was being interviewed by Colonel Gininda.
Gininda.
Right. Okay, go ahead.
Indeed, my lord. In other words, mention is made of a statement, but the witness is talking of notes.
Fine.
Yes. And counsel, after court adjourned on Friday, they did listen to the recording, and this also according to my notes, that initially mention was made of a written statement, but the witness did subsequently explain that what he really meant was that the statement was composed out of notes and that there's no written statement as such. That was my understanding of the
fine.
Explanation.
Yeah,
Yes.
fine. No.
Okay.
That is your understanding, but Mr.
Yes.
Mrs. instructions are that there is a written statement. Okay, fine.
Right. Now, I don't know whether in light of the fact that the notes stroke statements cannot be traced or that the notes have been destroyed, whether it is really worth the trouble to then continue arguing the matter. But if that is the case, my lord, we will then continue to
Yes, fine.
to address the court.
Yes, please do.
If court pleases, we've prepared heads of argument.
Sorry, have you circulated
Yes,
them?
yes, I've
Okay,
just given them
fine.
copies. And the heading of our heads, my lord, is heads. Request by accused number 3, counsel for disclosure of notes used to compile a statement of state witness Constable Sizwe Zungu. As I've just explained now that following on the explanation by this witness is that what was in existence were notes and not a written statement as such.
Sure.
Now, in the introduction, my lord, we mentioned that the current witness, Constable Zungu, has finished giving his evidence in chief and has also been cross-examined by the legal representative of accused number 1 and 2, Mr. Mosepele. Paragraph 2, we mentioned that...
No, let's be factual.
Yes.
He was cross-examined by Mr. Ramosipili, right?
Yes.
But Mr. Nisi did not conclude his evidence, his cross-examination.
Yes, we will get
when I intervened.
Yes, we
Okay,
will get
fine.
into that, yes.
All right.
Paragraph 2, when it was the turn of counsel for accused number 3 to cross-examine the witness. Advocate Mnisi indicated that he requests that the handwritten statement be disclosed to him. As we mentioned, this is subject to the corollary that we have just referred to. In paragraph 3, the witness has explained that his statement was compiled using notes of recordal of certain incidents in this matter. He indicated that these notes are kept at various locations where he lives, including in KwaZulu-Natal, as the court has just confirmed that with him. Paragraph 4, he mentioned further that there is an error in paragraph 5 of his statement, wherein he sets out the sequence in which he saw the accused around 2100 hours coming from outside and following each other to Gwabeni's bedroom. He says where the name of Nkani Sizwe Zungu is mentioned in paragraph 5, it should be substituted with that of Mthobisi Ngube, accused number 3. In the statement, he states in paragraph 5 that, and we quote, around 9:00 p.m. on the very same day, I noticed Muzi Sibia, this is accused number 1, Mafika Sandiso Ntanzi, accused number 2, and Nkani, in brackets, Sifiso Zungu, that is now accused number 3, walking after each other to Gwabeni's bedroom, coming from outside, close the quotation. He says that where the name of Carlos Mthobisi Ngube, accused number 3, should have been inserted instead of that of Nkani Sifekuhle Ntuli. Sorry, there's Zungu, there should be Ntuli. That is now accused number 5. And further on in that paragraph, wherein he states that, and we quote, I saw Nkani, accused number 5, giving Gwabeni a 9mm, should be substituted with the name of Carlos Mthobisi Ngube, accused number 3. He states that further that in the same paragraph, the name of Mtokosizeni Mapisa and Carlos Ngube walked into the bedroom and sat on the bed. The name of Carlos Mthobisi Ngube should be substituted with that of Nkani Ntuli. So in other words, my lord, he's saying everywhere in that paragraph 5, where the name of accused number 5 appears, it should be substituted with that of accused number 3. In paragraph 5, we mentioned that in the matter at hand, the accused is not laying claim to any of the contents of the police dockets, but as we've just indicated, my lord, but to notes which do not form part of the police dockets, but which were used to compile the statement of the witness. Then, my lord, we deal with authorities. We refer to the case of State versus Rowand, 2009, volume 2, SACR 450, and is the decision of the then Witwatersrand local division, where the court dealt with the right of an accused to full access to the documents in the possession of the prosecutor or the state before the trial.
In that case, my lord, the accused contended that it appeared from the documents to which the state had given them access that there must be further documents in the state hands which might be relevant to the case or to their intended application for stay of prosecution. The novel point of law in that case was whether the accused had the right of access to information and documents in the possession of the state and pertaining to the case, but not included in the case docket. In that case, my lord, the accused was facing charges of fraud as well as statutory counts which involve complex financial, legal, and commercial issues. And the paragraph that we want to put emphasis on is at page 451, it's paragraph D to E, where the court held that where such a document was in the possession of the state, and in here, my lord, the emphasis falls in the possession of the state. It ought to form part of the docket, and we argue, my lord, that Rowan's case is distinguishable from the current case in that the state is not in possession of the notes mentioned by the witness, nor have we seen them, my lord, nor deliberately left them out of the docket, as was the position in Rowan's case. And we also mentioned that Rowan's case is distinguishable from the present case in that, as we've just intimated, my lord, in Rowan's case, the case relate to fraud and involve complex financial and commercial issues. We also refer to the locus classicus of State versus Shabalala, 1995, volume 2, SSER 761, decision of the Constitutional Court, and the case of State versus Buota, 1994, volume 4, SSER 541, decision of the then Witwatersrand local division. And we qualify that, my lord, that in that, or in those cases, they only dealt with witness statements contained within the docket. Then under section D, we deal with what we perceive to be the legal position. In paragraph 9, we refer to section 35(3) of the Constitution, which states that every accused person has got the right to a fair trial, which includes, firstly, or in the context of the current case, the right to be informed of the charge with sufficient detail to answer it. And secondly, in the context of this case, the right to adduce and challenge evidence. In paragraph 11, we mentioned that the Constitutional Court in the case of Shabalala and others versus Attorney General Transvaal and another, 1996, volume 1 of South African Law Reports at page 64, the Constitutional Court held that the defense is entitled before the trial to all statements in the police docket, except where there is a reasonable risk that disclosure of a statement will lead to divulging of state secrets, method of police investigation, the identity of informers, or could otherwise harm the interests of justice. And further held that the court must weigh up the respective interest, that the defense must set out a prima facie entitlement to access, and the state must advance justified grounds for refusal. And we refer to the relevant paragraph, page 16, paragraph 16. As a starting point, the defense is only entitled to documents contained in Part A of the docket, and my lord, that they've been furnished with. Witness statements, expert reports, and documentary evidence, except insofar as this may be privileged. The defense is also entitled to copies of documents which are not in the docket, but which are in possession of the prosecutor or the state, and which form part of the state case. As we've mentioned repeatedly, my lord, that the state is not in possession of the statement stroke notes. And in paragraph C, we state the test that ought to be applied in a request of this nature. And in paragraph we state that the basic test in the present application must be whether the right to a fair trial in terms of section 35(3) of the Constitution includes the right to have access to notes that were used in the compilation of a statement. And similarly, and borrowing from the language used in Shabalala's case, it was said that this is not a question that can be answered in the abstract, but with regard to particular circumstances of the case and in the broad context of a legal culture of accountability and transparency manifested by both the preamble to the Constitution and the Bill of Rights. This was per Justice Mohammed, the late Justice Mohammed, and refer to the relevant pages, page 26, paragraph 35 to 36, wherein he held as follows: ordinarily, an accused person should be entitled to have access at least to the statements of prosecution witnesses, but the prosecution may, in a particular case, be able to justify the denial of such access on the grounds that it is not justified for the purpose of a fair trial. We mentioned that what a fair trial may require in particular case depends on the circumstances of each case, as it was mentioned on page 26 of Shabalala. And in paragraph 14, the question in counsel is whether the disclosure of this witness statement, I think the statement is missing there, is sufficient to enable the defense to prepare its own case sufficiently or to properly exercise its right to adduce and challenge evidence or to identify witness who might be able to contradict the assertion made by the state witness, or to obtain evidence which might sufficiently impact upon the credibility and motives of the state witness during cross-examination, or to focus properly on significant matters omitted by the state witness in their depositions, or to properly deal with the significant matters deposed to by such witness in one statement and not in another, or deposed to in a statement and not repeated in the evidence, or to hesitation, contradictions, and uncertainties manifest in a police statement, but overtaken by the confidence and dogmatism in viva voce evidence. This is a passage that we quote from Shabalala, page 27, paragraph 37. We mention in paragraph 13, my lord, that this matter at hand is distinguishable from the Shabalala case in that we are not dealing with the request for disclosure of a statement, but disclosure of notes, stroke recordal of events which were used to draw up a statement. And we mention here, my lord, that the defense will usually not be entitled to memoranda in the docket, in the B part of the docket, and here we refer to motivated index of internal reports and memoranda contained in Part B of the case docket, and the investigation diary contained in Part C of the docket. And in the Shabalala case, the court set out the following guidelines in resolving the issue. Firstly, the court held that it is difficult to conceive of any circumstance in which the prosecution can justify withholding from the accused access to any statement or document in the police docket. And here, my lord, the emphasis falls in the police docket, which favors the accused or is exculpatory. And secondly, inherently there might be some element of uncertainty as to whether the disclosure of the relevant documents might or might not lead to the identification of informers or to the intimidation of witnesses or impediment of the proper administration of justice. And in light of the fact that the state hasn't seen the notes/stroke statements, we are not in a position to advise the court as to whether there's any prospect of intimidation of witnesses or impediment of the proper administration of justice. And the court then went on to hold that if in the special circumstances of a particular case, the court needs to exercise disputed documents in order to make a proper assessment of the legitimacy of the prosecution's claim, and any insight that document might reasonably defeat the protection which the prosecution is anxious to assert, then the court will be entitled to examine such documents for this purpose without affording the accused an opportunity of any knowledge of its contents, but making proper allowance for that factor in the ultimate decision. This, my lord, was the proposal that if the notes were found, that was a proposal that the state was going to make, that the court should first have sight of the notes and then inform the parties as to whether there's any possibility of intimidation or impediment of the proper administration of justice. However, in light of the fact that the statement/stroke notes are not available, the matter has since now become moot. What is important, my lord, in this regard is that the court is vested with a wide discretion as to what should be done in the circumstances. And we deal briefly, my lord, with a related topic which, strictly speaking, it's not relevant in the matter, and there's the issue of the police diaries. And we mention here that the same consideration applied to the police diary as to those that apply to statements in the docket, as those diaries form part of the integral part of the witness statement. We mentioned that the state can refuse to disclose privileged information taken up in the diary, but the reasons therefore must be disclosed, and we refer to the case of Jonas versus Minister of Law and Order, 1993, Volume 2, SACR. Page 692 is the decision of the Eastern Cape at 696E to G. And we mentioned, my lord, that the police are issued with diaries or pocketbooks specifically for the purpose of documenting events which would assist them in compiling their statements at a later stage. And we mentioned here, my lord, we have seen, for instance, in the case of Warrant Officer Musia, that his pocketbook forms part of the, or it is an integral part of his statement, and as he documented certain events therein, and the extract of his pocketbook has been handed up as Exhibit C4. In Jonas' case, should be Jonas, not Johan's, Jonas' case, it was held that information recorded with the purpose of being used in the preparation for or in the prosecution of the trial and forming part of the prosecution's brief, for instance, contents of the pocketbook, form part of or form an integral part of the witness statement, and or they are a record of information intended for use in the preparation for or in the prosecution at a criminal trial, and to form part, there should be part, to form part of the prosecutor's brief. We submit in conclusion, my lord, that the notes made by the witness stand on a different footing from a policeman's diary or pocket book, and should not be subject to disclosure, but subject to the corollary, my lord, that the court should first have a judicial pick of the notes, and then inform the parties as to whether there's any possibility of intimidation or the impediment of the administration of justice. And we submit, my lord, that this witness, Constable Zungu, should be cross-examined on the basis of his statement and the explanation that he gives for any contradictions between his testimony and his statement will be subject to any credibility findings that the court will make at the end of the case. That, my lord, are our submissions.
Okay, thanks, Mr. Baloyi. Mosepele, Mr. Okay. All of you?
For me.
For you?
For me, my lord.
Okay, Mr. Ngumalo.
My lord, I did not also prepare the heads of arguments. I was of the view that it was a matter that was going to be argued on Tuesday or Wednesday.
Oh, Tuesday, Wednesday?
Yes, that was the understanding.
I'm in court on Monday.
Yes.
Okay, Mr. Mshololo. Sorry, Miss Mshololo.
My lord, I will address the court. I did not prepare the haze, but I'll argue. I'll make my submissions, my lord.
Now?
Yes, my lord.
Make them.
No, I mean after this, my lord, because Mnisi is going to take the space first, my lord.
Oh,
and
okay.
then
Mr. Mnisi, they say we should. Yeah,
in the same
Mnisi?
breath with my colleague, I did not prepare something readable in line with what the state has done, and that is not out of contempt of the court. However, I understood the court to mean that if we can do so.
Yeah, fine.
But nonetheless, my lord, the issues here are very crisp and very succinct. The court will remember, just before I could commence with my cross-examination, I brought it to the attention of the court, my lord, that I had a conversation with the state wherein I actually requested the original copy of the statement, because the copy that we were issued with is a typed version. Then the state said no, it did not have such a handwritten statement.
Right.
I thought that the matter would then have rested at that point. However, subsequent to Mr. Zungu's testimony and him being cross-examined by Mr. Mosepele on behalf of accused number 1 and 2, he mentioned very unequivocally that there is a statement that he wrote with his own hand. He initialed it. He initialed each and every page. He signed it.
So
And-
Mr. Zungu says there is a statement.
Yes, my lord. I'm still addressing the court.
Yeah. It's not being interpreted. Do you understand what Mr. Mnisi said?
Yes, I do.
Fine, okay.
Thank you, my lord. You said there is a statement that he himself wrote in his own hand. He initialed each and every page thereof. He signed it, and it was commissioned. And I then said it would really be very grateful if we were to be furnished with that original statement, my lord, that is handwritten. That is when then the whole issue started to be thrown into disarray. That's when the explanation regarding the existence of a note from which that statement that is typed was compiled from, that is how then the issue developed.
Okay.
Then accused number 3, gentleman that I'm representing, my lord, called me or drew my attention to the fact that, called me in order to draw my attention to the fact that no, in fact, the issue of a statement, as it was testified about by Mr. Zungu, that he says he initialed each and every page thereof, that he said he signed it, that he said it was commissioned, is actually on record. It is actually on record.
Actually on record.
Yes. Then what happened, my lord, after the court had made an order that there should be some kind of an escapade to go to KwaZulu-Natal to go and look for those notes, which apparently the explanation is given that they've been shredded, they cannot be found, then ensued. But we had an opportunity, myself and my colleagues, to go and have a listen to hear what the record, insofar as Mr. Zungu's testimony on this aspect of the inquiry is concerned, my lord. I may say, my lord, without any fear of self-contradiction, that what we have been maintaining all along is confirmed by what is stated in the record. And in fact, I would have requested this court, my lord, that just to put the matter at rest, the court should I'm going to request, but it's not an instruction, I'm going to request the court to consider actually listening himself exactly what Mr. Zungu said about the statement, my lord. We're not requesting notes. The issue of notes was never ever part of our request. We based our request on the basis of Mr. Zungu's very own testimony about the existence of the statement, my lord. Okay. And that is the position that we're still maintaining, my lord.
Okay, fine. I say fine, I hear you.
Thank you, my lord. So the submission that has been made by my colleague here with regard to the Jonas case, the Shabalala's case, and all those cases which were stated there, my lord, are distinguishable from what is happening in this particular inquiry, because it is not like we're requesting something that the state does not have. The state does have this information, however,
no.
For the sake of...
Put it clearly.
Yes, my lord.
The state does have Mr. Zungu's signed statement. Is that what you're saying?
That is what I'm saying,
So
my
that there
lord.
must not be any misunderstanding.
Yes, and I'm basing this on what he himself said under oath.
No, I hear what he says.
Yes.
But your submission is the state does have a written statement which is commissioned and signed by Mr. Zungu. That's your submission.
That is my submission, my lord.
Balloon,
But let me qualify my submission.
Wait, you hear that?
Yes.
No, fine. Then you can
Let me qualify my submission, my lord. I am not sucking this information. I am not speculating. I'm not making assumption. I am basing this statement based on what this witness has told to this court, my lord. It is on record.
No. Mr. Mnisi, you are an officer of this court.
Yes, my lord.
There's a world of difference between what you have submitted now and what you are saying. Listen to what you are saying.
I can hear myself, my lord.
Yeah, but do you understand yourself?
I do understand myself.
Okay, let me try and quote you.
Yes,
verbatim.
my lord. Yes.
The submission is that the state has
Yes.
a written statement,
Yes, my lord.
right?
Yes.
The state has a written statement.
Yes, my lord.
Now you qualify it.
Yes.
This is based on what this witness says.
Yes, my lord.
These are two different concepts.
In my understanding, my
No,
lord.
no.
Oh, okay.
Listen to this.
Yes.
These are two different concepts.
Yes,
When
ma'am.
you say the state has,
Yes, my lord.
it means Mr. Baloyi is misleading this court.
No, that's not.
No, come on. Let's not play marbles.
No.
No.
That does not come from me, my lord.
No.
Definitely, it does not come from me.
This is inferential reasoning.
No, I would have said, my
No.
lord.
Mr. Nisi, please.
Okay, thank you, madam.
Let's not
Yes.
waste time.
Yes.
You are saying the state has
Yes, my lord.
the written statement by this witness,
Yes.
and the state has not disclosed or discovered that statement to you. Huh?
That is the reason why we're
No,
requesting
wait.
the original
And the
version, my
state
lord.
has not disclosed or discovered that statement to you, as it is obliged in terms of the Constitution and the case of Shabalala, 1995. Is that not so?
My lord, I am not saying that the state did not disclose. I am saying
Look,
we were
the state-
requesting the original version.
Mr. Nisi.
Yes, my lord.
The state is obliged. It has no choice.
Yes.
It's obliged.
Yes.
Now, if the state has not disclosed that statement, written statement to you,
Yes.
as required by the law,
Yes, my lord.
then it means this prosecutor, Mr. Baloyi, has not complied with the letter of the law as enunciated in the case of Shabalala. It must be so. Otherwise, Masulan Sibe is hangoma ke. Selahla matham.
Should I respond, my lord?
Yes, respond.
Thank you, my lord. My lord, it would never have been my intention to say that the state did not disclose that information. The nip and the hub of my request, my lord, was the disclosure of the original statement from which the typed version that we were handed with was prepared from.
Yes, I hear you.
Yes, my lord. And that is basically what this witness is saying. This witness is saying that original statement is there. He says, I penned this statement in my own handwriting, initialed each and every page. It was signed and it was commissioned. Now, if the court says that I am, in a broader analysis of the understanding of the court, I am suggesting that the state willfully did not disclose that statement. That is not our point of departure, my lord. When I say we, I mean myself and accused number 3, because we only requested the original version. The minute we tend to...
Where is the original version? Where is the original version?
The state
According
must
to you.
know and the witness, my lord. They are both on the side of the state.
No.
Yes. The state and the witness must know
Okay, fine.
where
I
that
heard you. I
original
heard you.
version
Okay, any
is.
other
But
thing,
as far
sir?
as
Any other thing?
it is still, my lord,
Yeah?
my instruction that before we commence with the cross-examination, unless the court were to rule otherwise, we should be favored with that original version. And this is also based on the fact that already, my lord, on the typed version that the state is requesting that the defense should cross-examine this witness on, there's a conflict of interest. There are discrepancies.
What conflict of interest?
There are discrepancies in that statement.
No.
That therefore tempt us. my lord.
Please. Don't conflate issues.
No, I'm not conflating issues.
You
my
are.
lord.
We're talking about
Yes.
a typed, a written statement.
Yes.
Is that not so? And this court hasn't seen it. And you are saying already in that statement there are conflicts. Are you understanding yourself?
I do, my lord, because the statement that I'm referring to, that I say, there is already some contradiction in the statement that has been already read on record.
No.
I partly addressed on that statement on Friday.
Mr. Minister, please.
Yes.
What has been read on record is a typed statement.
That's what I'm saying, man.
So what are you saying?
No, I am saying what further buttresses our quest to receive the original version of the statement, of the handwritten statement, because, my lord, it is because of the inconsistencies that we have already been able to identify in the typed version that brings us to, it tempts us, my lord.
How can you tell this court that there are inconsistencies when this court hasn't had sight of the written statement?
Or I thought, my lord, that
What?
I thought it had already been read into record.
Listen to me.
Yes, my lord.
How can you talk about inconsistencies which emanate,
Yes, my lord.
and logically so,
Yes.
from two different statements?
No. That's not what I'm saying, my lord. I am saying already in the statement that has been read on record, the typed version, on that statement itself, already there are inconsistencies. So that is tempting us to further believe that if we're to be furnished with the handwritten statement, then the cork is going to crumble, my lord.
The what?
The cork is going to crumble. I think my colleague used the word the other day that
Are you finished?
I would therefore request, my lord, that the court grants us the indulgence and instruct the state to give us, as per this witness's testimony, the original, the handwritten version of the statement.
This court.
That would be my submission, my lord.
Listen.
Yes.
This court is not going to interrogate this witness about that this witness should give this court a typed statement, a written statement.
Yes, my lord.
Because your submission is that the state is in possession of this witness's written statement. That's your submission.
Finally, my lord, and with due respect, I would humbly request, as per my instructions, that to lay this matter at rest, that the court should also consider, I'm requesting the court to also consider listening at what this witness said about that statement.
No. Fine.
Thank you, my lord.
I hear you.
Thank you.
Ms. Micholo?
As the court pleases, my lord. My lord, to begin with my address regarding the issue at hand, my lord, I will ask that we play the record. We have asked the registrar to zoom in where exactly.
Listen to me. I believe what you heard, and I accept it, that this witness said he made a written statement. Fine.
Yes, my lord.
I accept that.
Yes, my lord. Then the next question, we have not been given an explanation by the state, my lord, regarding the whereabouts of the statement that the witness has referred to.
Has written.
A written statement.
Written statement. Fine.
Yes,
Thank
because
you.
the witness, my lord, has referred to a written statement,
Right.
which has not been submitted, my lord, to the defense.
Okay, fine. I hear you.
And my lord, my submission is that it is crucial that that statement, because the witness has confirmed under oath that he did make it, that statement should be produced in order to verify, my lord, the truthfulness.
Statement should be produced by whom?
By the state, because the witness belongs to the state, my lord.
This is on the assumption that this witness has given the state the written statement.
My lord, I don't think he would have made, I agree, my lord, I don't think he would have made the statement for someone else or for any other intended purposes.
Okay, fine.
Yes, my lord, whether it was made with the investigating officer or by himself, but it should have landed to the state, my
Okay,
lord.
fine.
And now, my lord, we are faced with a typed version on which the witness has testified with. Therefore, the defense is asking for the original statement which the witness has referred to.
Okay, fine.
And has not been submitted to the defense in order to verify truthfulness, the discrepancies, omissions, and everything, my lord.
Okay, fine.
Even the type statement, my lord, will recall that it was also produced during the trial. It was not produced.
That's not true, man. The type statement was disclosed. Hello? Mr. Baloyi, wasn't it disclosed with the docket
No, no.
Well, the statement was only taken down I think on the
On the
23rd
31st of May,
Yes.
of July, you said.
Yeah, I think it's
Because this witness was, for some reason,
31st of May. Yes, 31st
Hello?
It was taken down on the 31st of May.
That's it.
2023, Yes.
unless you say Mr. Baloyi is not telling this court the truth. This statement, according to Mr. Baloyi, was taken on the 31st of May, the typed one. Is that not so?
I think, my lord, Mr. Baloyi has answered to say this statement was not disclosed to the defense before the trial started.
Fine.
It was disclosed last week.
Fine.
Yes, my lord. Which is causing prejudice on the side of the state, because what we are asking now, my lord, we're supposed to have requested it, or we're supposed to have discussed it with the state before the trial started. The original statement of the typed version, my lord.
Yeah, but Mr. Baloyi says there are special circumstances here. This witness was threatened with death, and he was supposed to have made the statement then, and because he was threatened with death, and I emphasize it, he was taken under the witness protection program. And Mr. Baloyi says the reason why, for instance, his name does not appear in the list of witnesses on the charge sheet, it was because they did not want to disclose that he was going to give evidence because he's threatened with death. And Mr. Baloyi says, as a result of security reasons, this statement was only taken on the 31st of May, is it? Mr. Baloyi?
Yes, it was taken down on the 31st of May.
That's the background, please.
My lord, my issue is not there
What is
regarding the fears and the protection and the safety of the witness, my lord. We understand everything. But my point is, my lord, at the time when this statement was disclosed to the defense, it ought to have been accompanied by the original statement, which the witness has referred to. But that was not done. But it appeared during trial, my lord, that the witness is still referring to that statement which he says he made.
Okay, fine.
Then my
So according to the defense, there are two statements.
there are two statements.
Fine.
Yes.
That's
yes.
basically what you're saying.
Yes, yes.
Right, fine.
And we all understand, my lord, we all have been prosecutors. We know that if there is a handwriting statement and there is a typed one, you attach both statements, my lord. We know that that's common cause. And in this case, it did not happen, my lord. And all we are asking right now, if the state is not in possession of that statement, they ought just have to tell us that, no, we don't have that statement, which the witness referred to. And
But
then
Mr.
we can
sorry,
be able
but,
to...
But Mr. Baloyi has said that. Mr. Baloyi, haven't you said that the state is not in possession of a written statement by this witness?
Indeed, my lord, that's
Yeah,
what we
but-
said, and
That's what he says. He said it even on Friday.
My lord, I missed that when the state made the admissions, because I heard the state still referring to the notes, my lord.
Yes, the state refers to
yes.
the...
I am not
It's
referring...
not the state that refers to the notes as I'm sitting here. It's this witness which refers to the notes. Mr. Baloyi, is the state referring to the notes?
Well, we're referring to what this witness, the explanation of the witness.
What does he say?
We're referring to the fact that the witness says all that he had were notes that he kept, and from which the statement that was read into the record was compiled.
And the state
and those notes.
does the state have those notes?
No, as I mentioned this morning, that the information that we received this morning is that those notes.
No, but that's why this court ordered that those notes or statements,
yes,
this witness must go to KZN
yes,
to fetch them. Because I understood to say the state doesn't have the statement, written statement,
yes,
and the state doesn't have the notes.
indeed.
That's why this court, in interrogating whether in fact there are two statements, requested this witness to travel to Natal despite the fact that he's under threat of being murdered
Yes.
and bring the notes to this court. That's why I made that order.
Yes.
I wouldn't have made that order. Okay, fine. Yes, Mr. Msholo.
And then thank you, my lord, for taking that point further, because we need clarity on whether, what is it that is not available, because weight, my lord, is not the same. The witness has referred to the statement under oath. And if the statement is not available, it must be stated clearly on the record that the statement was made, it is not available to be produced to the defense.
Right.
And then if, my lord, the state case is that notes were made, but then they are not available to be produced to the defense, then it's something else, my lord, because the weight that these two statements or these two documents do not have the same weight.
Evidential value.
Yes, evidential value, my lord.
Right, okay, thank you. Any other thing?
Yes, my lord. And therefore, my lord, if the statement is not available and the submissions made by the state, my lord, especially, can I proceed to?
Aye, the whole day. I've got 2 years to hear you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, my lord. Especially the submissions made by the state, my lord, which refers to paragraph 3, 4, and 5. I'll summarize them, my lord. I won't refer to them as they are. Referring to the contradictions or changes that are now being made in respect of accused number 5. Had accused number 5 been privy with the original statement that was made by the witness, would have been able to look at these discrepancies on his side, my lord, referring to the statements and the type statement, my lord, and also together with the viva voce evidence of the witness.
Okay, fine, I agree. Logically, that should be so.
Yes.
Okay.
As a result, my lord, the defense for the accused number 5 is prejudiced by the non-disclosure of the original statement, which the witness is making correction of as being referred to in paragraph 4, 5, and 6.
And this non-disclosure is by the state.
It's by the state.
Right.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Not the witness.
Yes, it knows by the state.
That's it. Fine.
Yes,
Fine.
yes.
Okay. Any other thing?
It's by the state, my lord. And also the further submissions made by the state, my lord, in their heads of arguments, referring to part B, privilege to part B, and the test to be applied. It's totally different to the case that we are dealing with right now, my lord, because here we are dealing with the interest of justice, that if it is true what the witness is referring to, then the original statement ought to have been produced to the defense. It is in the interest of justice that we know as to when the statement referred to was taken and what was contained, what was the content of that original statement, which has not been disclosed. Okay. And exactly on top of that, my lord, part B refers to the memorandums and other conversations between the police and investigating. We're not asking that. We're not demanding that. We're demanding the statement which forms part of a clip, which the defense is entitled to it. No reference to part B and C. That is not our submissions, my lord. And also, my lord, regarding the prejudice that the defense is suffering right now, is that of having to conduct your trial or having to conduct your defense when the matter is being tried. This statement, my lord, contains...
How do you know?
Sorry, my lord?
How do you know?
No, my lord, I'm still addressing...
Yes,
why,
how do you know? This statement.
Why I'm saying that. This statement, I'm referring to the type 1.
Oh, the type statement,
yes.
not the written statement. Okay.
Yes, yes, my lord. I'm referring to the type 1. I want to address his lordship regarding the prejudice. Because...
No, you know what? You're putting the cart before the wagon, or the horses before the cart and the wagon. We are here conducting an inquiry whether there is a written statement. That's what this case is, this inquiry is about. I've given you the leeway to compare what is in this written statement
submission is
and
fine.
want what
Yes.
is supposed to be in the, the type, what is in the type statement as opposed to what should be in the written statement. You can't do that, logically you can't do that because we only have one statement in court at the moment. Is that not so?
One submission, my
Yes,
Lord. Just
right.
one. My Lord, my submission is that accused number 5 will suffer prejudice if he continues cross-examination without having the original statement of this
Yes, you
statement.
are correct. That's why this court went out of his way to make an order that this witness should go and fetch all those statements or communications or notes. Because Mr. Maloi says he does not have a written statement made by this witness. And I'm aware of the prejudice. That's why this court, in evening the playing fields, made that order. Any other judge maybe wouldn't have done that.
Thank you, my Lord, and we really appreciate that.
Yes, of course.
Yes. Those are my submissions.
Right. Now, I don't want to have a look. Did you bring any other thing from Natal, KZN, which is handwritten?
Khona sena KZN okubhaliwe ngesandla.
Akukho, my justice.
No, nothing, my lord.
You didn't get anything?
Akukho okutholile nje.
Akukho, Nkosi.
Nothing, my lord.
Nothing. Okay, fine. Now, there is evidence, and I'm quoting my learned colleagues here, that you say you have made a written statement.
Inkantolo ithi ke kunofakazi noma kukhona ufakazi okushiwo ke abameli lapha ukuthi ubufakazi bakho kuvike endlulile.
Aren't you going to sit down? Yes.
Uthe uma ukhuluma la inkantolo wathi kune statement owasibhala wena ngesandla sakho. Bathi abameli yiloko okushilo wena ngevike endlule.
My justice, into bengikhuluma ngayo mangithi kunezinto ngiyibhale ngesandla. Kufana nakho ngalo statement esityipiwe. Ngiyabhala la njengoba bengidlulisa kulo ma mistake. Into engangikhuluma ngazo mhlawumbe ngangibhala i-date, mhlawumbe ngangibhale ku-newspaper or kwi-slip sasethilini or low notice engiyithole ukuthi kune-information
Asibambe kancane nje. What I was referring to, my lord, the witness is referring to this typed version where there are some corrections made on it. That I was referring where I would pick up that there is something. I would then correct that. Whether I was writing on a newspaper, I was writing on a receipt or a slip, but that is what I was referring to, my lord, when I said that I had wrote down. There are certain things that I wrote down. Yebo?
And my justice, angaze ngenze i-statement kuyi-1 until the 31st.
And
that's why ukuthi mayithi ne-statement angisazi usithatha. Akekho noyi-1 ngeke ngamenzela i-statement.
there's not a single person that I made a statement to except the statement that I made on the 31st. Hence then I'm surprised when he says that he's got a statement which I don't know where he or she took it from. But I've never made a statement except for the one of the 31st.
Right? Continuing this inquiry, do you know what is a statement?
Istatement uyazi ukuthi yini?
Yebo ngiyazi.
Yes, I do, my lord.
Do you know what is an affidavit?
Istatement esifungelwe i-affidavit uyazi ukuthi yini?
Yebo ngiyazi.
Yes, I do, my lord.
Now, before the 31st of May this year, were you ever called by the investigating officer or any other police official or officer to make a statement regarding this issue? To make a statement.
Ngaphambi kwe-31 ekaMeyi kuwona lo nyaka ngaba ukhona yini iphoyisa noma ke umphenyi ke umseshi wecala elake lakubiza ngaphambi kwe-31st sikaMeyi la elathatha khona ke istatement kuwena mayela nalo daba lolu?
Akekho ngangamnikeza, my justice.
I gave a statement to no one, my lord.
Did you ever swear and take an oath to a statement which you made, which oath paraphrases, I acknowledge that the contents of this statement or affidavit are true and correct, and you signed it? An oath before a police officer or a commissioner of oaths or a magistrate Have you ever done that, sir?
Ingabe khona la khona ke owafunga khona ke lokho okubekwayo lapha ezantsi, I know and understand this, ngiyakufungela ukuthi lokho okubhalelana kuyiqiniso noma kungaphambi komanje khona la owenza statement kufungela khona.
Akekho, my justice.
None, my lord.
As a policeman of, you said 12 years experience.
12, yes, correct.
Have you ever taken a statement from a person
Wena ngokwakho
at the police station?
sikhona statement esoke wasithatha komunye umuntu police stage?
Yebo go.
Yes, my lord.
And after taking that statement, did you administer the oath to that person to swear to the truth and veracity that he acknowledges and understands the contents of the very statement which he has or she has given to you, and that she signs it and you append your signature as a police officer?
Yebo ngeke ngakwenza lokho.
Yes, I've done that, my lord.
So you know what a statement is.
Okusho ukuthi uyakwazi ukuthi i-statement ekuyini.
My justice ngeke ngathi ngayi Friday ngathi akekho ngamnikeza statement sami. I was willing ukuthi statement sami ngisenze ecourt ngoba bengazi ukuthi ozongithatha statement usisaphi futhi uzosenza.
Okay, sibambe lapho. I did say on Friday, my lord, that I gave my statement to no one because I didn't know as to the person that I was going to depose a statement to. Where is that person going to take my statement and do what with my statement?
What are those documents, sir?
Yini leyo iphethe?
Isona statement sami ngasenza bangenzele icopy yaso.
They made this is the statement, my lord. It's the typed one.
Can
They
you
made
give
a
it
copy
to
for me.
No, can you give it to Mr. Baloyi and all the defense attorneys, and then me as the last person? You've made notes on that statement.
Unama notes owenzile lapha yini?
Ibenzile ya labe ngangicorrecta.
Yeah, fine.
Where I was
I'm
correcting,
saying-
my lord.
Water. Yeah, the court has in its possession the type statement by Mr. Zungu, which statement was elicited through the integrities of Mr. Ramosipili. And I can see that there are markings, corrections, annotations in this document. Okay. Okay. This is the judgment regarding the inquiry into whether there is a second statement which is written as alleged by Mr. Mnisi through his client, accused number 3. It gives Mr. Mnisi instructions that there is a written statement signed by this accused. Is that accused number 3 or 2 or what? 3 or 4?
I'm representing accused number 3.
Yes, fine.
It is not him. Who says that?
Hello?
It is the record, my lord. It
No,
is
no,
not
no, no,
him,
no,
it's
please.
the record.
Mr. just sit down.
Thank you, ma'am.
You told me you had instructions from your client that he knows that this witness made and signed a written statement. That's the judgment I'm busy with now. Mr. Mnisi, please.
Yes, it is the court.
Yes. He said you got instructions. This court doesn't know where the third accused had sight of the statement, because this is not disclosed by Mr. Mnisi, because that's privileged information, and this court doesn't have to know that. But I take the word of an officer of this court, Mr. Mnisi, that he has instructions that his client is aware that there exists a written statement signed by this Mr. Zungu. Okay. The assessment of the evidential value of the notes, for instance, which Mr. Zungu says he made regarding the alleged notes which he says he wrote, and from which he says the statement which was typed was extrapolated therefrom. It is the function of this court to ascertain the veracity of that assertion. This court is obliged, if the defense raises the possibility of the existence of an affidavit, meaning the statement which is signed by this accused and which is allegedly handwritten and which is supposedly, as argued by the defense, exists simultaneously and contemporaneously with the typed statement of this very accused. This statement was deposed to before Colonel Gininda and typed by a certain Miss Mokhatle. Sorry, is it, who was typing it, Miss?
What's that job, man?
Miss Mokhatle.
Mokhatle.
Yes, fine. Which was allegedly typed by Miss Mokhatle. And this statement has been disclosed by the prosecution, represented by Mr. Baloyi. And according to the defense, there's another statement which exists, which is handwritten, which has not been disclosed and which has not been furnished to the defense. This is a very serious imputation of mendacity by the defense against Mr. Baloyi, who is an officer of this court. To put it in plain language, Mr. Baloyi is being accused of harboring a statement which should have been disclosed to this court, which is a very serious infringement if that could happen. He could be struck off the roll of advocates by failing to disclose information which this court is entitled to and the defense are entitled to arrive at a just and reasonable and justifiable conclusion of this trial. And this imputation of mendacity to Mr. Baloyi by the defense is contrary to the prescripts of the Criminal Procedure Act and also contrary to the prescripts and demands of the oath Mr. Baloyi took to advance the interests of justice by obeying the prescripts of the Constitution and the law, namely the criminal law and criminal procedure of this country. Since the judgment of State of Shabalala and others versus Attorney General of the Transvaal and another 1995-12, 1593 Constitutional Court regarding the defense's qualified right to copies of the statement in the police docket, the defense is entitled to be furnished with same. The court does not have, this court does not have the legal right to peruse the docket, but the court has to interrogate the defense's assertion of the alleged existence of a handwritten affidavit as alleged by the defense, because a prosecutor's sacrosanct duty is that he is obliged in terms of the law to disclose every document which the state intends using in attempting to prove his case beyond a reasonable doubt. That every document of that nature should be disclosed to the defense. And just to go back to history, in R versus Stein, 1954-1 SA 324 AD, this observation by Judge Nicholas, he states that that decision of the AD has eliminated the hunting ground which has been opened by accused persons by the decision of R versus H 1952-4 SA 344T. In that case, it was held that there was no privilege which entitles a witness for the Crown in a criminal case to refuse to produce the statements of other witnesses when called upon to do so. In Stein's case, however, the appellate division has held that there is a class of privilege not specifically referred to in the decided cases and textbooks which protects and the such statements from disclosure. After Chabalala, that legal precept was eventually enunciated to be unconstitutional. Consequently, every prosecutor in this country knows that he has to disclose the documents on which a case of the state is based on. And I don't believe that Mr. Baloyi can risk the entire career he has built up over years as a senior advocate. I don't know what he would gain, because it is not the duty of a prosecutor, he is not an instructed counsel, to defend or act as an attorney or advocate of a witness in a case. The duty of a prosecutor is to present the case of the prosecution to the court for it to adjudicate and consider. It is a truism which is trite in our law that a prosecutor does not have the sacrosanct duty of pursuing a conviction at all costs. No, that's not his duty. The prosecutor's duty is to present evidence to court. It is not his duty to seek a conviction. If any prosecutor in South Africa seeks a conviction, then he doesn't know his duties as a prosecutor. The prosecutor presents evidence before this court. And even if there is evidence which contradicts the veracity and authenticity of the state case, the prosecutor is obliged to bring that evidence to the court. Consequently, for instance, a witness makes a statement and deviates from the statement. It is the duty of the prosecutor to bring it to the attention of the court that this witness has deviated from the statement which he has made. And I don't mention the deviation which is induced by intimidation, as we know happened in this court. So the duty of a prosecutor is to assist the court in the ascertainment of the truth. See in this regard State versus N 1988-3 South African Law Reports 450. It's an AD case where, for a variety of reasons, it is stated that the prosecutor may have written notes of a witness but did not disclose them in this particular case, which is at all faults with this one. Because the prosecutor thought that these notes were not important. And because of this error of judgment, that error of judgment of a prosecutor not disclosing the notes which the prosecutor had access to after being given those notes by a witness. But in this case, this witness doesn't say he gave the prosecutor notes. But in this case, in 1988-3, S versus N, the prosecutor was pertinently given notes, handed notes by a witness. But the prosecutor did not disclose or discover those notes to the defense because he thought they were not important for the case. The appellate division, SCA, held that amounted to the breach of the prosecutorial general duty because he had to disclose those notes. See also in this regard S versus Charlie. It's a 1991 2 SA, particularly at page 52. It's an EC, Eastern Cape decision, regarding the important prosecutorial role prosecutors play in the criminal procedure. Sorry, I wrote this thing last night. Yeah. In the textbook by Himstra, Criminal Procedure, this is the 5th edition, printed in May 2018. He states that making the police docket available to the defense after the initial uncertainty regarding the status of the police docket, the Constitutional Court in Shabalala and others versus the Attorney General of the Transvaal and another set out the position regarding the defense's right to the statements
in the police docket. It amounts to this: the defense is entitled before the trial, but not for the purposes of a bail application, to all the statements in the police docket, except those in respect of which the state on specific grounds claims privilege. Where there is a reasonable risk that disclosure of a statement will lead to the divulging of state secrets, methods of police investigations, the identity of informers, or information between legal representatives and clients, or could lead to intimidation of witnesses in the weighing up the needs of the accused against the interests of the state, and absolute privilege cannot exist in terms of the Constitution. See in this regard S versus Makiti, 1997, 1, all South African reports, law reports, 291b. The court must weigh up the respective interests. The defense must set out a prima facie entitlement to access, and the state must advance justifiable grounds of refusal. In this regard, the case of Pinatiau versus the state and others, 217-1 SACR 354 Eastern Cape. This is not the case in this, as alluded to in these reports. Mr. Baloyi, who is an officer of this court, tells this court and has told his contemporary colleagues that he does not have a written statement by this witness, Mr. Zungu. Mr. Zungu, I agree, may have stated that he has made a written statement, but today, now, I have asked Mr. Zungu pertinently, who is a police officer, he's not a lay person, whether he has made a written statement which he has deposed to under oath and signed, and he says none. The only statement he has deposed to is a statement that was made on the 31st of May 2023 before Colonel Gininda, and it was typed by Mr. Sitlogelo. There is a fundamental difference between a statement, a police statement, and a witness statement. The imputation by the defense is that the state, as the Dominus Litus, has refused to hand in and disclose the written statement. Mr. Baloyi, on behalf of the state, says that is not so. See in this regard the case of State versus Sehule, 2015-2 SACR 196. It's an SCA case. And see also in this regard the case of S versus Gandu, 1981, 1 SA 997 TK at 998, paragraph E to G. And I'm quoting this case in this regard that formally the 4 blacks were appointed to the bench. White South African judges relied exclusively on the interpretation of an interpreter, and I'm not attacking you in any manner. So in this court, they say the court can use its own linguistic knowledge as part of a witness's evidence and demeanor, even when an interpreter is used. And this is supported as long as the presiding officer therein clarifies with the witness on record via the interpreter that he intends using such knowledge, on what forms the basis and to what extent such knowledge is used. And the court has the duty, for instance, to form the view if the interpretation does not accord to the court's understanding, because the court understands that language. Right, this judge, who is a black man, not an Englishman, I listen, and when the interpretation is not apt, I intervene. And see lawyers say this judge is interfering. But there's legal precedents in our courts that a judge who understands the language of the witness, if there's an interpretation lacuna, he can fill it up. Because the court understands the words recorded in the original language. But the accused must be informed that the court understands the words and confirms through the interpreter, and must also be recorded in the English of recordal, because we don't write judgments in Tsonga or Sotho or Zulu. We write them in English. See in this regard as versus Ndala, 1996-3, All South African Reports, 65, Cape. And just briefly, some people may just think I have just cross-examined this witness about whether in fact he made a written statement or not. This is from the inherent rights this court has to attach value, evidential value to the proceedings or statements made by the accused in this court. And this court is entitled, in terms of legal precedents, to direct the proceedings of this court so that justice is done and it is seen to be done. That is why this court, for instance, made the remarks that some of the accused here intimidated a witness. See in this regard as versus Ngabinde, 1989-2, SA 421, Natal. Consequently then, that is why when Mr. Mnisi was beginning with his cross-examination, I had to intervene, because Mr. Mnisi was insistent that there is a document, a statement, a handwritten statement which has not been disclosed to him, that consequently his client will suffer prejudice. The same sentiment is being alluded to by Ms. Mshololo, and with the concurrence of his legal colleagues, I also am of that view that if Mr. Baloyi, and I don't think he did that, refused or hid a written statement which is signed by this witness, which witness says he did not sign any written statement. If Mr. Baloyi, for instance, at the risk of his career, would not disclose the written statement, and by the way, Mr. Mnisi's instructions don't include the assertion that I saw this statement, written statement, which was signed by Mr. Zungu at such and such a place. No. It's a carousel assertion that this witness has signed a written statement. There's no further particularity to say, I saw it, I was in so-and-so's office, I was being interrogated, and I was shown this written statement by the arresting officer or the investigating officer, and I saw this written statement signed by Mr. Zungu, and I was referred to its contents in the interview by Colonel so-and-so or Police Sergeant so-and-so. No, it's a blank statement. There is a written statement signed by the accused. No further particularity. So, the defense's cross-examination, which was supposed to be predicated on the alleged written affidavit or statement, that statement was not before court, and this court, that statement must be brought to this court by Mr. Zungu, or the notes must be brought to this court, because Mr. Baloyi, who is an officer of this court, says, I don't have that statement. I'm not even aware of it. So, as a consequence, the court had to intervene in the interest of justice to investigate and inquire as to whether there was indeed a written affidavit or statement which was not disclosed and was not presented in court as an evidential document, and neither was there any notes written by this witness. Notes don't exist. Mr. Baloyi tells me that the investigation, meaning the investigating officer and his colleagues, say those notes were shredded. See in this regard, S versus Piri, 1973, 3, 538, up to 541A. This is an SCA decision. Which regards the allegation about unproven documents which the witness also cannot prove. The same thing here. Mr. Mnisi, together with his client, accused number 3, they cannot prove the existence of this document. See also the case of Howard and Decker, the Vetkoppen Agencies versus Four-Way Estates, Pty Ltd versus De Souza, 1971-3, South African Law Reports 937, Transvaal, at 940 E to H. Consequently, this court is also aware that if there is no written statement upon which Mr. Mnisi has to base his cross-examination, this court will obviously hold that that evidence may not be introduced under the cloak of cross-examination. See, in this regard, State versus Nkwanyama, 1978-3, SA 404 the Natal case, and also see State versus Hepworth 1928, because the imputation of mendacity by the defense that the witness has made a previous handwritten statement affidavit has not been shown, has not been proved. And the legal principle is that a trial is not a scientific experiment where certain reactions lead to exact results. It is a fallible process which forms or attempts to form a view with reasonable confidence and findings. And the court has to weigh this method because it invokes and enjoins the court to weigh the relative merits of different methods to test the reliability of the factual fundamentals. One is such a method is to weigh the relative merits of different views of fact against each other by bringing them into the confrontation with each other. Phipson, in his seminal book on evidence, the 7th edition, 1930, at page 460, which was quoted with approval in the following cases: R versus M, 1946 AD, 1023 at 1028, and S versus Van As, 1991 2, SACR 74, Witwatersrand, at 108, page 108, paragraph C to H. These do not constitute principles cast in stone. So, consequently, where a witness's credibility and honesty, like this witness's credibility and honesty, and this is not evaluating his evidence in the trial, please don't misunderstand me. It's concerning the inquiry which this court has conducted regarding the existence or non-existence of a written statement. Now the law says a witness's credibility regarding this exigency if and honesty if it is assailed. Elementary fairness requires that the witness should be given an opportunity to answer to the intended accusation, namely that the deposed handwritten affidavit concerning this matter does not exist. See in this regard the case of the President of the Republic of South Africa versus others, that is versus the South African Rugby Football Union and others. This is a case where our President Nelson Mandela was taken to task by some judge about a commission of sports instituted by the late Steve Tshwete. This is a 1999 10 case BCLR 1059 Constitutional Court 2001 SA Constitutional Court at paragraph 61 to 63. And also see in this regard State versus Buzak 2003 SA 381 SCA on pages 51 to 54, where it was remarked in that context that a criminal case or criminal cases are not conducted with trickery and traps. The presiding officer in a criminal case is not simply an umpire, but controls the proceedings and has to evaluate the evidence to make a final decision. Okay. And this, of course, is to avoid the trifling away of precious court time. And last but not least, is to see that justice is done. In the case of R versus S, 1958 3 SA 667 Natal, the court is admonished not to allow unnecessary diversions where there is no concrete evidence of the existence of an alluded to document. And consequently, the court may, in interrogating such a discourse or diversion, at any stage, intervene for the elucidation regarding that exigency. See, for instance, S versus Raul, 1982 1 SA 828. It's an appeal court decision. And for instance, this court believes that it has complied with the guidelines as set out by the AD that the presiding officer should be aware of and should not transgress. 1. The court must not conduct its questioning in an impartial way, so that its impartiality can be doubted. The court must not take part in the case to such an extent, it mustn't intervene to such an extent that the court obscures the point in issue. See in this regard also State versus De Villiers, 1984 1 SA 519 at 543 to 548. And also see in this regard S versus Musianyani, 1998 1 SACR 583 at 599 at 596 J to 597 J. And also see in this regard R versus Rosing, 1956 4 SA 509 A. And also see in this regard S versus Segwatla, 1967 4 SA at 506A up to 568H, and also see the case of Van Zyl, 1989 at versus the magistrate, and also see the case of S. Chabela at 29G to 30E, and also see the case of Dolingebo, 2016 1 SACR 329 SCA at paragraph 25 to paragraph 26. And the court has also had recourse to section 166 of the Criminal Procedure Act and also 167 of the Criminal Procedure Act. And consequently, this court was careful not to cross-examine this witness because the court is enjoined to remain impartial, and that this should be evident from the nature and scope of the examination, that the presiding officer should not enter the arena because a judicial officer should not only be impartial, but he has to be seen to be impartial. And the perception through the conduct of the court should not be created that a presiding officer takes over the role of the prosecutor, but the right of the presiding officer to question any accused in clarification or to question a witness in clarification is manifestly limited to elucidation or clarification of the evidence presented. And the court must bear in mind that as an umpire, it is obliged to see that justice is done, and it must bear in mind the bona fide attempts to see that justice is done and must be perceived as impartial. For that reason, a careful balance must be maintained between interference and detachment. See in this regard, S versus Gerber, 1997 to SACR 601 SCA at 607 A to C. See also in this regard, S versus Meyiwa, 1997, all South African Law Reports 351 NC, 1997, also 1 SICR 188 at, it's a Natal case at 192 to A to F, and also see the State versus Van der Berg, 1995 for BCLR 479. Which is a Namibian case, 1996, SACR 19, from page 64F to, from F to I. So, the court has utilized its discretion to decide whether certain evidence is essential or not, and in the exercise of its discretion, which cannot be interfered with, if it is exercised judiciously, this court finds that no written statement exists. Okay.
Udaba la bekhulunywa ngalo ilolu alishilo uma eqala ke kwiviki eliphelile ubaba umnisi ukuthi ke uthe uma ulalela wena accused number 3 kanye naye ke nathola ukuthi ufakazi uthe kune statement awayesenzile. Ithi inkantolo yingakho ke isize yafika ke siyasinqumo sokuthi kwiviki elindlule ufakazi ahambe ukuthi aye eKZN uyobhekwa ke lawo ma notes noma lokho nje okwabhalwa phansi. Uma sebuya ke namhlanje uthi cha akuna statement engasibhala mina kanye ke nama notes la ebekhulunywa ngawo ukutholakele ukuthi awekho lana phambi kwakhe unalesi statement ekuyisona lesi ebesilana vele ekubhalwe kusona athi yiko lokho bekhuluma ngako ukuthi la bebona khona ukuthi kunephutha ubese yalungisa khona kodwa hayi ukuthi kune statement awasenza ngaphandle kwalesi sange i31 zika May kuona lonyaka ka 2013 asikho esinye asitholakala noma no hayi ukuthi asitholakala asikho ama notes la angatholakala. Uma inkantolo isilalele inhlangothi zonke ke umshushisi abameli isifikelela ke manje kwesinqumo esithi asikho istatement nanjengoba ufakazi eshilo esikutholakala ukuthi ufakazi wasenza ngaphandle kwalesi esathi uma ebhala phansi enza lawo ma notes base bona ke betype lokhu akushoyo noma lokhu ayekubhale kuma notes ngaphandle kwalesi inkantolo ithola ukuthi asikho esingesinye istatement yilesi kuphela istatement sakhe awasenza lesi asenze kulonyaka nge-31 zika May 2013 phambi kwakhe uKenneth Gininda.
Sorry, what time is it, Mr.?
Almost 12 o'clock.
Oh, that's all. Okay. Mr. Nisi, you can commence your cross-examination from the start.
Please, the court, my
Okay.
lord. On that point, my lord, Mr. Ramusipilo on behalf of accused number 1 and 2, something that he wanted to address the court on.
Okay,
my lord,
fine,
before
no
I
problem.
start with my cross-examination.
Problem?
As the court pleases, my lord, I'm indebted. My lord, part of the reason why I did not prepare heads of argument in this argument and inquiry is that I was instructed by accused number 1 and 2 to travel over the weekend to the northwest to consult with their relatives. They gave me numbers in order for us to further pursue the evidence being led by Mr. Zungu. In that respect, my lord, I beg to reopen my cross-examination before Mr. Munisi proceeds.
No problem.
As the court pleases, my lord.
No problem. Mr. Baloi, any objection?
No objection.
No objection.
I'm sorry, my lord. In fact, I did inform Mr. Baloi as well in the morning when I left.
ukuthi ebeceliweke ukuthi nanjengoba imele u1 and 2 ukuthi ahambe ke ayokhulumisana nabomndeni eNorthwest manje ke useyacela ukuthi aphinde abuzeke lo fakazi mile nalapho ebeyobabona eNorthwest.
Sir, I'm going to deal with your current statement, the 31st of May statement, and I want to deal with it point by point as you went through it, because I've received instructions pertaining to most of your testimony viva voce and in that statement.
Ngizokubuza ke mayelana nestatement sakho ke istatement sakho ngokulandelelana kanye nalokhu okushilo la enkantolo.
Now, on the 26th of October 2014, what was the special occasion for Gwabini to call you to come to Vosloorus Hostel where he resided?
Kwakuyini ke ekhethekile noma kwakuyini ke occasion nge 26 ka October 2014 le eyenza ke ukuthi Gwabini akubize ukuthi uze hostela Vosloorus?
Ukuphendula nama nginalwazi ngiyafisa ukuthola impendulo yakho ukuthi kwakuyini engibizelwe yona.
To answer you, I have no knowledge. It is also my wish to know as to what it is that he had called me for.
Now, I'm going at seriatim, like I said, at seriatim, that is one after the other, paragraph by paragraph. Now, I'm going to touch on paragraph 2 of your statement, in which you say that accused number 2 is your cousin. Is that still your assertion, correct?
Usasho namanje ukuthi umzala wakho noma cousin wakho umsolo wesibili?
Ngicabanga ukuthi uma ngithi cousin ngoba uzalwa ngithi uzalo lakithi cousin wami.
When I say that is my cousin because he is by birth, he is of my family.
Ngike ngachaza mhlambe ngathi uzalwa ugogo wami ongizalayo ugogo wakubo. Should mangithi ugogo wami uMantanzi yena ugogo wakhe makuthi yena kayena kokantanzi ngeke ngize ngikuphike lokho.
And also I did mention it that my grandmother is from the Ntanzi family, and if it is that he is disputing that he is from the Ntanzi family, then I wouldn't know.
He doesn't at all dispute that he's an Ntanzi, and in fact he does confirm that your father and his father are cousins.
Akaphiki ukuthi wakwantanzi kodwa akakushoyo ukuthi ubaba wakho kanye nobaba wakhe ke bawo cousin.
Your comment?
Uthini?
Ukuthi ubaba wami nobaba wakhe ama cousins.
Yes.
Nazi kanjalo na.
That's how I know it as well.
But however, that he does not know your father and he does not know the grandmother that you speak about because he was born in 1990, so the people are too old for him to know.
What does that mean?
Witness is laughing.
No, Mr. How does he know then that his father is his father's cousin?
I'm coming to that, my lord.
No, that makes sense for this court to understand.
Yes, I'm coming to that because he said after your testimony here, that's why he sent me to phone around. That's when he was advised through me that the grandmother, he does not know. I learned that from his brother, that is Njabuseli Ntanzi, who will come and verify that in this court, and also Zwelithini Ntanzi will say he does not know the grandmother.
Yilokho angifonela thi ke angiyobona laba bakibo wazwile kamagama wabizile laba kwaNtanzi bazoza bazosho ukuthi yena nanjengoba ehlezi lapha yana ke akamazi ugogo lo wena okhuluma ngayo.
Angazi noma mhlambe uyizwile ubaba uthe ubaba wakhe nobaba wami akazi.
Okay, lapho I don't know whether you heard yourself when you said that his father and my father are cousins, yebo? Ngaqhubeka.
So angazi ukuthi makuthi uyamazi ukuthi ugogo ufike ngonyaka ofile noma ngabe uyandlule mhlambe mina ngibekile kenze njani kuma ukuthi ugogo wafi ngamazi yena ngoba mncane.
Now that the grandmother passed away in a certain year, now what is it that I should now do when he says or alleges that the grandmother passed away when he was young?
Okay. Now, without compromising your security, can you tell us where you grew up? Because where you grew up, you didn't grow up with accused number 2 and some of his brothers that I've mentioned, Mjabuliseni and Zweli Ntanzi.
Ngaphandle kokucompromise ke i-security noma i-safety yakho ke ngabe ukhulele kuphi futhi ke la owakhulela khona ke yena uthi umsolo wesibili awukhulanga naye kanye nabafowabo umjabuliseni kanye noZweli.
Mhlambe mawungabuyela nje ngoba ubuthi uzama ukulungisa statement zami ngithe kuyi-statement zami abanye babo ngikhule nabo bebancane ngabashiya emakhaya.
Okay.
Ukukhula nabo kushintshana ngaze ngikhule nomuntu so kodwa ngikhule nabo same area abathi bona so wakho nobaba wami angazi mawukuthi mhlambe uthi bona ngikhule nabo usho ukuthini ngoba ngiyasho ukuthi ngikhulele nabo ngoba bazobaba basho ukuthi bayazi ukuthi ngikuphi ekhaya nami ngiyazi ukuba
if when I rectified or corrected my statement, I did mention that I grew up with some of them, but left them when they were still young. Not that to say that we grew up for a very long time. And if they then say that they know, or he says that he knows my father, meaning that he knows where it is that I grew up.
Now, before the alleged incident of the 26th of October at Vosloorus, did you ever meet accused number 2 before?
Ngaphambi kwalehlakalo saseVosloorus sange-26 ka-October 2014, ingabe phambi kwalokho, phambi kwaleso sigameko lesi, wahlangana noma wake wahlangana yini naye accused number 2?
Yebo ngangambona.
Yes, I saw him.
Ngasemakhaya.
Back home.
Ngasemakhaya meaning exactly where?
Kuphi nendawo?
Must he disclose where he lives so that he must be killed? I thought you were considerate. You didn't want him to disclose
let me
his
leave it
whereabouts because of his safety being compromised.
Okay, then the version that I must put to you is that accused number 2 says he's never met you before and he only saw you from last week Thursday when you came to testify at this trial.
Thakakazi ukuhlangana nawe yena uqale ukubona ngqa esine kwiviki endlule uma uza la enkantolo uzonikeza ngobufakazi.
And so sorry.
Noma ulahlwa zihlobo kwesinye isikhathi kumele kwamukele.
Even if you are deserted or abandoned by family at times, you need to accept that.
And accused number 2 further denies that he knew or he knows who Gwabini is.
Yaphika nokuthi uyamazi ukuthi uGwabini ubani. Is a remark how
ngicela ungaphawula.
May I not comment because I'm thinking of family.
And on behalf of accused number 1 and 2, the suggestion is that, sorry my lord, I see accused number 1 is raising his hand. May I approach my lord?
Yes.
Thank you, my lord. I'm indebted. The bottom line is this. Your answer is that you are saying that when family... repeat that for me. Sorry, that answer that. Maula Tlaitla was something to that effect.
Can I almost attend to this?
Yes.
Okay. Uthi uqala uphinde kunaloko okushilo ke noma ulahlwa umndeni kumele ukwamukela.
Oh, yes. Okay. The bottom line is this, and I'm not going to belabor that point. Accused number 2 says he hasn't met you, he hasn't grown up with you. In fact, he's 4 years younger than you as well.
Futhi akakaze ahlangana nawe akakhulanga nawe futhi ke mncane yena ngeminyaka ewu4 kuwena.
Ngicabanga ma withdraw mhlambe khona Friday ukuthi ubuze ngokuthi sihlobana kanjani sikhulelephi kanjani ngicabanga ukuthi kube wena owithdraw lokho. Angazi noma ubuyela kulokho ngize ngabonga ngathi ngiyabonga mawukuthi accuse number 1 uyakwemukela lokho.
When you said on Friday that you were withdrawing the question that you were having as to where we grew up, I even said thank you with regards to that, and I also thought or accepted that accused number 1 also welcomed that.
So sorry, did I say accused number 1 or 2?
Number 2.
Oh, ukhuluma accused number 2.
Yeah.
Yes, baby bancane kimi.
Yes, they were young, they are younger than me.
Okay. Now, on behalf of accused number 1 and 2, in paragraph 2 of your statement, when you said Gwabeni told you that his homeboys were coming, accused number 1 and 2, they were not part of the group of the homeboys that you refer to in paragraph 2.
Just a moment. Gwabeni told me. Oh yeah. Uthi ke number 1 no number 2 yena ke babengababona babengasiyona ke ingxenye yalabo ama homeboys la uGwabeni wayekutshela ngawo ukuthi nabo bayeza. Bathi bona ke abekho la kulama homeboys kwakhulunywa ngawo la.
Vele umakhelwane ba mhlawumbe mayithi ama homeboys amanye engabe bala mhlawumbe accuse number 3 4 5 bona mhlawumbe ngathi umakhelwane bakho or umuzwa kaSibiya kwangadinga ukuthathi ama homeboys.
Yes, indeed. Maybe he was also referring to my neighbors because 3 4 5 umakhelwane.
Umakhelwane umuzi.
Okay.
Should mighty homeboys wayibala bonke abantu basendawo.
All right. When you referred to homeboys, he was now referring to all those that are from the village or are from the area. And then wasuthi uma wayezothi umuzi uma kwenzenjani?
Mhlawumbe kuba wayezothi mayikhuluma ethi ufuna ukubona umuzwa evele akubeke straight athi umuzwa ufuna ukubona.
If it was that Muzi is the one that wanted to see me, then he would have just said it direct that Muzi wants to see you.
Okay, let's move on to paragraph 3 of your written statement, typed out statement. I'm sorry, let me not say written, typed out statement. Now you state in paragraph 3 that upon arrival at Gwabeni's place, you found him and other boys from Nongoma who you know because you all grew up with from the same area. Who are you referring to as the boys that grew up in the same area?
Mase ngifika ke khona noma sengifika kwaGwameni kanye ke nabanye ke ababuya kwaNongoma.
Yeah, no.
Uthi lana ke ukhuluma ngobani la ukhuluma ngabo lapho?
Mangicabanga manguphendula nje ngithe abantu ababelapha endlini kwangayena umuntu oyedwa kwangayena futhi umuzi noma afika o abathathu laba bangapha kodwa kwakukhona abangasekhaya including usinakho uma ubheka ngengambala ukuthi kwakukhona usinakho baningi futhi ababekhona kodwa bengathanda ukuveza amagama abantu ababekhona kungenasidingo.
When I mentioned that, or when I said this, I did say that it was not only one person who was there. There were a lot of people. It was not Muzi, it was not only Mafiga or the other three gentlemen, but there were others as well. I also did not want to make mention of names without any reason for me to do that. There were also the likes of Sinako and others. There were many from back home.
And you further state that some of the boys you haven't seen for decades. What do you mean that you haven't seen the boys for decades?
Kunalana ukhulumayo ukuthi ke abanye iminyaka decades ngingasababoni. Musho ukuthini?
Njoba ngisho ukuthi mangihamba bengihamba mhlawumbe omunye ngamboni, omunye ngiyobuye sekhulile, omunye ngiyobuye ngamtholanga kulokho mangifikile mhlawumbe angikumbona. So kuyoba iminyaka ukuthi omunye ngisamkhumbula engakanani kodwa lo yakubani. Ingakho kwabe ayingenza the introduction yabo.
As I've said or mentioned that I would go, I would leave the others maybe young, I would come back, the others would have grown. When I come back, the others are no longer there, or are not staying there, or I don't see the other one. Hence, Kwabeni then had to do the introduction as to who is who.
Now from that pertaining to accused number 1 and 2, who have you not seen for decades?
Ngokumayela ke no number 1 no number 2, ubani kubona ubunama decades ungasamboni.
No Muzi ngisho ukuthi bengamboni.
I would say Muzi I haven't seen
5 years, 7 years, 8 years.
Maybe 5, 7, 8 years.
Ngibone sengibona nje futhi sela egole sekhulile. Bengazi nayo sesegole.
I saw him here in Gauteng and he was grown up. I also didn't know that he was here in Gauteng.
A decade in my knowledge is 10 years and above. It's not 7 years.
Are we going to split hairs, please? Are we going to split hairs?
Am I, my lord?
Are we going to split hairs? 10 years, 5 years, 7 years? The witness is conveying the concept that is years, decades. That's how people talk. I haven't seen you for decades.
Yeah.
Maybe he's even shortening that with 1 hour. Are we going to now say...
Then you proceed in paragraph 3 to state further that Gwabini introduced you to Carlos and in brackets is Gada and his real name you say it's Mutobisi Ngube Mafika Bongani Ntanzi Mtokozisi Mapisa. You see that?
Yeah, I see that.
Ngiyakubona lokho.
Now, why would it be necessary for Gwabeni to introduce you to Bongani because he's your cousin?
Manje ke kwakuyini isidingo sokuthi aze akuintroduce ke nakubongani ngoba yena cousin wakhe.
Njoba bekungishilo ngathi bengahlali nabo. Mhlawumbe amunye bengasalikhumbula igama lakhe bese ngikhumbuza ukuthi lo nombe yamkhumbula wakubani. And khona amagama besibizana ngawo mhlawumbe bebengazi ngalo. Nami nje lelo abalobiza la icourt bayaqabuka ukulazi bebazi ukuthi nguzo.
As already said that others I haven't seen for a very long time. And he would then say or remind me, do you remember who this is? And there are names that would refer to each other by. Even the name that are being referred to here in court, that came as a surprise to them.
And you proceed further by stating that you did not need to be introduced to, and I'll state them by accused number 1 and 3, but there you give the names because you are used to them and you see them often. You see that part where you say
1 and
3, that will be
paragraph 3.
Muzisi Biya and Carlos Ntubisisi Gadla.
Lana we are sure. Yes, the witness acknowledges.
So you say those 1 and 3, you saw them often. How often did you see them and where did you see them?
Uthi buvamise ukubabona ke 1 and 3. Buvamise ukubabona kuphi?
Njengo qale ngoba accuse number 1
uthi 1 and 3.
Yes.
Okay, 1 and 3. Umuzi bengimbona ekhaya mangifikile, mhlambe maye edala sakhula bengimbona lapha.
I would see Muzi back home upon arrival. Maybe if he would be playing there, I would then see him.
Then uCarlos bengimbuza mangifika lapha na uzangikhumbuza ukuthi uyamkhumbula uGadla.
I was asking about,
Ngingakho kubhaliwe lapho ukuthi wakabuthelezi ngoba ngangazi ukuthi ungakabuthelezi.
And then-
Ngiyamkhumbuza.
he was reminding me about Gadla because I asked about him upon my arrival there. Hence it is, do you remember Gadla or Carlos? Hence it is written there, Buthelezi, because I knew him as a Buthelezi.
Now, accused number 1 still stands by the submission and a suggestion that I put to you on Friday that he only met you here in Tembisa when you were in the company of Gwabini for the first time.
Ngisamile ke noma umsolo
Sorry,
uqala
sorry.
usamile.
Are you aware what you're saying? He only met you in Tembisa.
That's
Well, in
Madam,
other
let me
words, he
approach-
places himself in the area.
let me
Please.
take proper.
I want to be fair to you. Because I recall that he was nowhere near the alleged scene of the alleged murder of Senzo.
My lord, we are not talking about
Okay, go.
This is Tembisa, not Vosloorus. That's the submission that he said I must put to
So
you.
he was in Tembisa.
He was in Tembisa.
Okay,
The
fine,
incident happened in Vosloorus.
Okay.
Uthi uqala ukungibona eThembisa.
Thembisa uhamba noGwabini.
No, ngeke ngimphikise kodwa mina ngithi nganginaye Vosloorus ngalelilanga. Yimi engamshiya futhi.
I wouldn't dispute what he's saying, but I was with him in Vosloorus and I am the one who dropped him.
And on that aspect, he says, in 2013, before he moved back home in March of 2013, at all times, when he was still residing at the hostel, he was residing at Basutini Hall. He wasn't, Basutini section of the hostel. He didn't stay outside, so there was no need for you to go and drop him somewhere. If that's your
Akushoyo ukuthi ke ngo2013 ngaphambilini kokuthi ahambe kabuyele emakhaya noma abuyele ekhaya ke wayehlala khona ke eBasuthwini hostel. Sasingekho ke kwakungeke kubekho sidingo ke sokuthi uhambe uyomdropa ngaphandle ngoba wayehlala khona phakathi eBasuthwini hostel.
Sorry, is this hostel in Vosloorus, the Basutini hostel?
Yes, he was staying there up to 2013 March. Then he went home from there, came back in 2015 according to my instructions.
And so he was residing at Basutini
He
hostel?
was residing at Basutini Hostel.
Okay.
Uthi ke uye wahlala ke eBasuthwini hostel kodwa ke wahamba ngoMarch ka2013 ngaphambi kokuthi abuyeke ngo2015 abuyele khona eGoli.
Ngicabanga ukuthi kuyobe kwanele lokho engoshoyo ukuthi ngamdropa umuzi ngalelo langa.
I think that which I've said would be enough, that I dropped Muzi on that day.
And accused number 1 and 2 instruct me and reiterate their denials that they were at Vosloorus at a party hosted by Gwabini on the 26th of October 2014.
Bameleke kuloko abakushoyo ukuthi nje baphikisana ke bona baphika ke bona ukuthi ngazo i26 zika October 2014 babe se hostel eVosloorus kwi-party eyayenziwe uyena uGwabini.
Angeke ngibaphikise mabethi bayakuphika lokho kodwa mina ngoqinisekisayo babe khona futhi ngababona.
I won't dispute if they say that they are denying that, but what I am ascertaining here is that they were there and I saw them.
And ngakusho kwakho lobo ukuthi nami ngiyafisa vele ukuthola impendulo ukuthi ngangiyokwenzani khona babe ngibizelini.
And also on that, I also wish to know as to why was I there? Why did they call me?
Who called you? Are you saying accused number 1 and 2 called you there?
Ngithe ngafonela uGwabini kwe statement sami ndo.
In my statement, I said Gwabini called me or contacted me.
Now let's move to paragraph 4 of your statement. Now you testified in evidence in chief that before you drank alcohol, your service pistol was on your person, correct?
Ushilo ke nokuthi ngaphambilini kokuthi uphuzeke utshwala isibhamu sakho somsebenzi sasekuwena.
Yebo.
Yes.
And it is only then when you started partaking of alcohol that you gave the firearm to Gwabini for safekeeping, correct?
kuzothi ke uma senqala ke noma usuqala ke uphuza ila usithatha khona ke usinika uGwabini. Yes.
And in my questioning of you on Friday, and you'll correct me if I'm wrong, I asked you whether or not you placed that firearm in a bag together with the car keys, and I think your response was that you did not. You handed the firearm as is to Gwabini, correct?
Yes.
Now, if I read to you at paragraph 4 of your statement, at line, because I've already read this paragraph, I'm not going to read the whole of it. At paragraph 4, line 1, 2, 3, 4 towards the end, where there's a Volkswagen Polo and full stop, it says, and I read from there, I quote, I then went outside and removed my vehicle out of his way, and he left, but later came back. I then took my bag out of the vehicle as it contained my firearm. I also put the vehicle key inside the bag. Do you see that?
Yes.
And I gave the bag to Gwabini for safekeeping in his room. He locked the bag inside the bag inside his bedroom as well as Makosonge's bag. Up to there, I'll close the quotes there. Do you see that?
Yes.
So your viva voce is contrasted by here, because here the firearm was placed in the bag together with the car keys.
Ngokwalokhu ke kuyaphikisa lokho okushilo ke la enkantolo la uthi isibhamu sakho wawungasifakile kwibheke ngokwalapha ke lokho kubhalwe lapha isibhamu kanye ke nezikhiya zemoto ezazisesikhwameni.
Uma ungasho ngithe isibhamu sasikimi ngithe mangisikhipha kimi ngasinikeza uGwabini ngokufuna ukuthi uzosifaka vele ebhegini kodwa ukuzivula kwakhona ngambonisa sona isibhamu ngeke ngimnikeze inkulumo isesakeni ngithi baba le bhegini lesibhamu ngambonisa isibhamu mangisifaka kulapha ngangimbonisa sona kunaso isibhamu.
Oh, so uthi wambonisa wase uyasifaka kuyona ke ibhegi.
Mina mangasifaka ngayi like manje kodwa ngathi mangase ngishila ibhegi ngoba ngahlala ngaphakathi isikhathi eside nginesibhamu.
Oh, I gave the bag to him, and then the firearm was with me. But then when I gave him the firearm, I then showed him that here is the firearm, because I would not have spoken about something that he couldn't see. I had to show it to him that here is the firearm, and not say that there is a firearm in the bag with him not having seen it.
And in your viva voce evidence, you said later on, when it was time to go to Tops to buy further or more alcohol, you left with 4 other persons. That means 5 persons, yourself plus 4 other persons, correct?
Ngithe uma niseniya ke kwa Tops nani u5 ninonke emotweni.
Yebo?
Yes.
However, in your written statement, which I read, the last 3 lines starting at, and I quote, I also at some point went out to the shops to buy some alcohol drinks with a certain lady and came back into Gwabeni's house. Close quote, you see that?
Yes, I see it.
How do you explain away that inconsistency?
Lokumehluka ke uchaza kanjani?
Umehluko wala uma ubona lapha kwi statement sami ukuthi ngihambile ngothenga nabo utshwala Tops and mangibuya ngichazile futhi ngeke ngaphuma nomunye intombazane owayithenga khona la eduzane. Futhi indlela obeye ngayo ukuthi with another lady or what, but it's a straightforward ukuthi ngiphume namadoda saye Tops sabuye Tops samba ngeUno masibuye Tops ngeke ngaphuma nomunye intombazane wacela ukuthi ngithenga le drink.
I think maybe it's the manner in which it is put here, but I did go to Tops with the gentleman. We came back, and then there's a lady that just wanted to go nearby. They requested me to buy her a drink, and I did go out with that lady.
Now I'll put it to you, and I'm not going to belabor that point, that this one of you going out with a lady to buy alcohol, it's a new addition. You didn't mention it in your evidence in chief.
Kushake lokho akusiyona ke into oyikhulumile uma ufakaza la enkantolo. Yebo ikubhaliwe lana kodwa awukushongo la enkantolo.
Mhlambe bengangibuzanga ngakho ukuthi mhlambe ikhona intombazane ngaphuma nayo.
Maybe I wasn't asked about it as to whether was there a lady that I went out with.
Now we come to what you touched upon with the Honorable Court on Friday, which is paragraph 5 and I'll read it and we will touch on that. I'm not going to belabor that because you had partially given explanation for the inconsistencies that are there. It says, and I quote, around 9 p.m. on the very same day, I noticed Muzi Sibia, who will be accused number 1, Mafika Sandi Sontanzi, accused number 2, and Ngani Sfisogu Zungu Ntuli, who's accused number 5, walking after each other to Gwabene's bedroom coming from outside. Close quotes, you see that?
Yes, I do.
Now, you explained away Friday that inconsistency to say the person, the latter mentioned person, that is Ngani Sfiso Zungu Ntuli, was not supposed to be mentioned on that statement. Rather, the substitution should be made for accused number 3, correct?
Yes, the witness confirms.
And you also testified that as this statement was made in the following manner, and correct me if I'm wrong, that as you were narrating the story from the reference pieces that you have, the notes, let's forget about them because they're not here. You were narrating the story and the Ms. Mokhatle was in front of you typewriting what you narrated at the same time, correct?
Ushilo ukuthi asikhohleke ngawo ama notes ngoba wekho lana ke ukuthi nanjengoba wena ke wawukhuluma lona ke yena kwayehlezi ke lapha ku PC ebhala ke lokhu okushoyo. Yebo? Yes.
Perhaps you'll explain to me because it's this ingenious for you to say that, and I'll put it to you because if you are sitting with a typist in front of you typing what comes from your mouth, why would that typist then, if you want to say Mthomisi Gada Ngube, right, Ntuli, because it comes from your mouth, she doesn't stop, she listens to you, she types out what you are saying to her.
Bese kwenzeka kanjani ke uhlezi uyakhuluma lo muntu obhalayo ngithi ubhala lokho kuphuma kuwena uma wena uthi Mthobisi Gadla Ncube kwenzeka kanjani ukuthi yena abhala unkani Sfiso Zungu Ntuli?
Advocate down imchazela uma ngibiza bengibabiza ngegama njengalapha igama engibiza ngalo bengibuza umuzi ngegama, but uma itype ngeke yeze type njengogadla, mina bengimbiza ngogadla ukuthi ugadla umuzi umafika, kodwa la kukho lokho shuthi igama bengilibiza lelo igama ongelabo amagama abo mina bengiwabiza ngawo. So ngenzeka mayithi mhlawumbe uthi gadla athi nkane lo it's a mistake amagama oyibona la le enzama ukuyenza ngathi yona inkinga akusiyona inkinga lamagama ilamagama tha misplaceekile instead of ugadla kungena igama likankani yilokho kuphela inkinga.
It is only the names that is here a problem, or that you want to make as if it's a problem, but it is not a problem, where I would mention them by their names, Muzi, and then instead of Gadla you would then write Nkani, but that is what happened where the names had been confused.
I don't understand, because if that was the case...
Sir, why don't you understand? He's explaining.
I'm trying to understand, Malot.
But he's explaining.
Yes,
why don't you understand?
I need him to explain.
Okay, fine.
Because my Lord will ask me whether I understand myself, so let me hear from him. You say something about the spacing and the names. I'm not sure whether I'm getting you correctly. Explain that so that I understand it, please.
Spacing and the way.
So now you are saying that
we are referring to spacing and the word.
Okay,
now.
so sorry. You are saying the names as it were written. I don't know. That's why I'm saying.
He is saying the typist confused the name Gadla, for instance, and Nkani. That's what he's saying. Are you saying that, sir?
Correct, my justice.
Please.
Now, let's move on. Let's not belabor this. Now, if you say you took this statement, it was made on the 31st. When was a copy made for you?
Was made on the same day.
Icopy ngayenzelwa ngalelo langa i-31st kaMeyi.
And you took the copy home, if I understood your evidence, then when you read it again at home, you realized that there were these inconsistencies, correct?
The witness is nodding in contempt. Yes.
And did you then pick up your phone and tell Colonel Gininda that wait before you distribute that statement to the defense attorneys because I've observed discrepancies thereon?
Ingabe usuthatha kucingo lakho ufonela uGininda uthi ngaphambi kokuthi ke leso statement usihambise ke kubameli khona ke amaphutha engwabonile la wakwenza yini lokho?
Ngenhloso yokuba safe besingadibani now and then sasidibane ngalelo langa ngathatha statement ngihamba naso emva kwalokho ngabonela ama note ngabe memfonela ngabazisa ukuthi no ulapha kunama problem kodwa bebekumbizela ukuyo consulta advocate
for safety reasons.
That's why I kulungisa lo maphutha.
For safety reasons, we didn't meet or we wouldn't meet. But then when they contacted me, when we had gone or called me to come and consult, I then notified them of the mistakes.
Okay, just and also not to compromise your safety. At the time you made this statement, you were now under the witness protection, correct?
Ngaphansi kwa protection ngathi wenza lesi statement.
Bengekho ngaphansi kwe witness protection?
No, I wasn't.
Okay. All right. Now you continue in that paragraph 5 that you observed or noticed. In particular, let me leave the other person because he's represented. You noticed accused number 1 giving Gwabini a .38 special revolver firearm, correct?
Uthi ke kubuza ngo number 1 khona la ukhuluma khona ngabantu abanikeza ugadli ibham kodwa uzokhuluma ngalo omelo uyena omunye umelo naye uthi wase ubona ke unumber 1 enikeza uGwabini i38 special.
Okay, asiyilungise bengaze bethi uthe ugadla base shothi ubukhuluma ngobani
accused number 1 yes,
okay.
.38 special.
Yes.
Okay. In fact, just on a small aspect that nothing maybe may not turn on it is this: you also testified that as they walk into the room, the three gentlemen that you've testified about, something was faulty with a light, whatever.
Ukhulumile ke nange light ke eyayinenkinga nkathi ke uthi wababona beyongena ekamereni.
Ngithe mangifika ngaphakathi wacisha ilight uGwabini ngenhloso hayi ukuthi wayicishe ngaphezulu ngakho ngenhloso ukuthi wathi nango baba omncane then kwase kuba nalento ukuthi gqike ngathi kucisha ilight yabo kanti vele ngangiphakathi ngoba bangibalandele emuva bona babenganothanga ukuthi ngiyabalandela kodwa uGwabini wangibona ngoba wathi mabengena ngaphakathi ngangena nabo yabona
I said
afika kamnandi nje kusenzeka leyo action.
I said that Gwabini switched off the light because he had said that here's my uncle or here's Ubaba Mngani. They didn't see or they were not aware that I was following them. But Gwabini saw me that I was walking behind them, and upon arrival that uthe yini le wafika usebenzise igama uthi wafika leyo ise on ini
ngithe mayikwazi ngifike ngiwathi mayingena endlini kwabe sekuba khona lokhu ukuthi kungathi kucisha ilight.
Okay, it was as if that when I got into the house or into the room, it was as if the light he was switching it off. Yebo kukhona lokho kushilo egcineni uthe ngafika lapho ise on leyo
ngabe sayenza bese isenzeka shothi nje lento yayisenzeka ngoba lokho
when I got into the room they were still busy with that they were busy with.
Ngoba wabona ukuthi uGwabini ngeke sakhona ukungivimba ngoba sengingenile ingakho ayizama mhlawumbe ukucisha ilight.
Because Gwabini then realized that he won't be able to stop me because I was already there. Hence he then tried to switch the light.
Okay. Now, earlier on Thursday and Friday, you testified that, and I use your word, that it was busy in and around that vicinity. That is the common area. Although the room was locked, you could observe it. That door of the room of Gwabini, is it directly facing the kitchen area?
Isicapha lesi sekamera kaGwabini ngabe face direct kitchen.
Yebo mawungena nje uyakwazi ukubona noma ungaqondile street kanje kodwa nje uyakhona ukubona uyena.
Yes, just upon entering, although it is not directly or straight with it, but slightly you are able to see it.
And your testimony is that you came together with Makosonke at Gwabini's place. Did you then tell him that I've just seen something? I saw Gwabini receiving a firearm from accused number 1.
Ngithe mangigoqa lapha ku statement sami mhlawumbe usifunda ngakahle ngithe uMakhosonke akatholakala mase ngihamba yilokho kwangishiya ukuthi ngibe nembuzo ukuthi why engatholakali mase ngihamba sengiqeda ukubona lento abakade
Maybe you misread my statement. I did mention that when I was leaving or when I was about to leave, Makosonke was nowhere to be found, which then made me then to be suspicious as to why is it now, after having witnessed this, that Makosonke is nowhere to be found.
Now, the instructions from accused number 2, and it pertains also to this paragraph 5, is that you saw him changing hoodies from black to gray.
100%.
He instructs me to tell you that that never happened.
Utakaze kwenzeke lokho wena othi wakubona eshintsha amahudi.
Kwenzeka kakhulu.
It happened very much so.
Now, let's move on to paragraph 6 of your statement. In fact, this version, I've already put it to you, pertaining to you giving accused number 1 a lift, and his instructions are that he was not there, but if he was staying at the hostel in 2013, he was staying at Vosloorus hostel, so I'll leave that one, not to repeat myself. Now,
You don't have the 6 here?
you don't have paragraph 6.
No, it's fine.
And you also testified that at some stage, accused number 1 stood up and announced that the deceased is normal, that is Senzo Meyiwa.
Yebo?
Yes.
Because he was not there, he denies as well that he uttered those words.
Ngoba wayengekho ke lapho uyaphikeka nalokho ukuthi wakusho.
Ngiphikele maye ukuthi mhlawumbe kwakuyikhophi yakhe leyikhuluma lokho.
And then I wouldn't then be able to say anything if the one who said that was a copy of him.
Now let's go to paragraph 8, the morning of, or the day of 28/10/2014, when you now observe a newspaper article with certain sketches and the story that the deceased is normal. You remember that?
Yebo?
Yes.
Now, then, when you saw that and your suspicion is aroused, did you tell anyone, did you report this, that these people that are on this newspaper article, I was with them at the party in Vosloorus on the weekend?
Masukubona ke lokho ngalelela langa ke lange 28 ngabe yini uma sekuvuka insolo ukhona umtshela ukuthi but labantu laba bala ngabazi nganginabo ephathini eVosloorus.
Noma ngeke ukuthi ngakhona engamtshela ukuthi ngibone ukuthi nokuthi kodwa ngathi mangubona ngakubona kubuyisa emqondweni wami ukuthi yini engiyibonile, especially ngokushintsha kamafika kwakhe jacket, yikho kwangenza ka notice ukuthi man mabethi begqoka into eblack lo umafika wayithi mayifika lapha ashintsha ijacket.
Although there is no one that I informed or that I told, but when I saw this, but it then I then recalled in my mind, and especially when it was written or mentioned there that the other one was wearing a hoodie, and then it reminded me of Umafika who had changed a hoodie.
Kodwa ngathi mangibuka lo we dread ulivulekile imqondo noma kwangekhona ukuthi mhlawumbe sekumele ngihambe ngiyobuza ukuthi ubani ngangenzanga investigation ngabe sengithule futhi ngangabazondanga ukuthi sengaze ngiyabasukela ngentension.
And also when I saw the one with the dreadlocks and his dreadlocks were loose, I didn't now go out to make my investigations. I wasn't hating them, or I didn't hate them now for me to be able to go and investigate.
Let's move on to paragraph 9 of your statement. You testified that you then contacted for the first time General Leshabane. When did you do that, if you recall?
Uma kuukuthi usakhumbula ke wamfonela nini uGeneral Leshabane?
Mangicabanga kwaku 2018 yophela or 2019 uqala kodwa nje.
If I remember well, towards the end of 2018, beginning 2019.
And do you recall exactly the detailed information that you told General Lishabane at the time about your knowledge of the Senzo Meyiwa murder case?
Ingabe usakhumbula ukuthi yini kahle kahle owayitshela uGeneral Lishabane mayelana nolwazi lwakho owawunalo ngokushona kaSenzo Meyiwa?
Ngamtshela ukuthi nginezinsolo zokuthi abantu abenza lokho nginolwazi labo.
I told him that I have suspicions that the people who did that, I know them, or I have knowledge of.
And obviously you provided the names of those people to the general.
Waseke uGeneral umnikeza amagama alabo bantu labo.
Ngoba nami ngangakazi ukuthi babe bangaki kungobani, ngamnikeza amagama alabo engangazi bakhona.
Because at the time I didn't have information as to how many they were, I gave them the names of those. Okay, I gave him the names of those that I knew.
And the two will be, the two names that you gave will be who and who?
The first two names will be Muzi and Mafika.
And let's move on to now when General Lishabane says he needs photos or pictures of the people that you are talking about. Your testimony is that which pictures did you give him? Of which suspect that you suspected did you give him?
Iziphi ithombe noma abapha basolwa owanikeza ngezithombe zabo uGeneral Lishabane nkathi esecela ke ithombe?
Masilungise la nkonzi. Angamnikezanga ngambonisa zona. Isithombe sika Muzi noMafika.
Let's correct this. I didn't give him the pictures. I showed him the pictures of Muzi and Mafika.
From where did you show him the pictures? From which device or article did you show him the pictures?
I had put those or placed those pictures in my phone.
Had you at all times before then had those pictures of accused that you gave to Lishabane, or do you have to source them somewhere else?
Ngaba iyithombe ayithola ndaweni ithize noma iyithombe owawuhlezi unazo?
Ngayithola efonini kaGwabini.
From Gwabini's phone.
Now you were shown Exhibit S, and for the sake of completeness, I'm going to ask for it to be shown so that you can show me the pictures that you showed to General Lishabane. Will they be on that exhibit?
No,
they are not there.
And do you know if they are on any exhibit that you are aware of? Because I see at the end of your statement, we will come to there, I see you refer to photo albums from which you identified the suspects. If you go to the last paragraph, yes.
Yeah.
The photo album that you refer to, that you identified accused number one, what photo album will that be?
Yiphi le photo album le uthi number one wambona kuyona ngokwala?
Ngokwalana ngicabanga ukuthi ngibona inamba lapho 10 to 17 22 to 24 mawangibonisa leso sithombe ngakwazi ukuphendula.
If you were to show me the picture, I'll be able to refer you, because here I only see numbers.
Let's defer this question because my learned colleague Nesta Sibanda will have to arrange them for us so that we can take them in a structured manner. So we'll do it at the end of your statement, because I'm going through it at Sierra Team.
Sorry, you never pursued this question on the last cross-examination about the photos. You never pursued
No,
it.
I never did, my lord. Now let's go to the one that I know that you've corrected it, but I want to put certain versions to you about it. That will be Exhibit S and photo or page 47. And my lord, perhaps while he's still browsing, let me take a quick one from case number 2. Thank you, my lord. I mean, that's it. Now, if you look at that photo 47, and I'm going to be frank and honest with you, I acknowledge that you have corrected that it's not accused number 2 that's depicted there on. So let's be agreed on that one. However, at the beginning of investigations, accused number 2 instructed me that this photo, the police officers that arrested him in Rustenburg at phase 2, Rustenburg, where he resided in 2020, they came with this photo, and when they questioned him, they produced this photo and insisted that he is the person that is depicted on that picture.
Ngiyazi ke ukuthi ke ulungisile wathi cha wenze iphutha akusiyena loyana kodwa ke uthi inkathi eboshwa ephase 2 eRustenburg amaphoyisa ambopha aletha lesi sithombe lesi athi uyena loya uyena lo okulesi sithombe.
Ngiyaxolisa benga investigate le case.
My apologies, I did not investigate the case.
Maybe umbuzo loyo ungaphendula umuntu obe investigator in case.
Maybe that question can be best answered by the person who investigated the case. Okay.
And just to finish it off, like you are saying, don't comment if you don't want to comment, but I want to place it on record that the very same photo, accused number 2 was beaten up by the said police officers to admit that that is him.
Ukuqadelela nje kuwena ke uma ufuna uphawula kulokho noma ungafunike kodwa ke uthi lesi sithombe lesi washaywa ke amaphoyisa ukuthi ethi akavume ukuthi uyena loya.
Ngizokhomenta ngithi ngoba bengekho futhi bengazothi baphenya nami bafika naso ke lesithombe sebeze kimi.
What will my comment be, because I wasn't investigating, I wasn't there. They also brought the same picture to me or came with the same picture to me.
Who is they? Who brought that picture to you, and what did they say pertaining to that picture?
Obani labo abezana lesi sithombe kuwena futhi bathini ngaso lesi sithombe?
Investigating officer.
Investigating officer?
And did he say anything in particular about that photo? The gentleman and a part of body appearing, in particular about the person in the cap. What did they say about you, about that person?
Abangitshelanga ukuthi obani nami bangibuza ukuthi obani laba kodwa bangibonisa sona nje leso sithombe.
I didn't ask who they were. They also didn't tell me who they were. They just showed me the picture.
And with respect to, still on that paragraph, you testified that when you confronted accused number 1, and correct me if I'm wrong, about his involvement in the murder of Senzo Meyiwa, he denied that, but he implicated, or was it the general telling you that? So that's why I'm saying, you clarify for me that someone implicated accused number 1's uncle Spiva Sibia. Who was that person? If you can clarify for me, I'm not sure.
Ubani lo owakhuluma Spiva. Uthi khona umuntu owa implicated noma owa to Spiva le gama.
Yeah, last paragraph. He told me that not disputed the information, but he implicated his uncle, who is well known to the general. I know that Moses' uncle was known as Boshe. I think general mangikhuluma naye wangitshela ukuthi kunomunye amaziyo wakakubo akutshelwa kuye ukuthi usema taxini somewhere lapha.
I think that's what the general informed me, that there's someone that he knows. That information, the general said that it came from him. The witness is pointing towards the direction of the accused, that there was someone from his family related to them in the taxi industry.
And according to your evidence in chief, Spiva Butlebitelezi died. Do you know when he died?
Ushilo ukuthi washona uSpiva, uyazi ukuthi washona nini?
Noma ngazi ushona nini kodwa ngezwa.
Although I don't know when exactly, but I heard.
Now, accused number 1 will testify and say that, deny that he implicated his uncle in the murder of the deceased Senzo Meyiwa.
Uzophika ke lokho uthi yena kazange nje athi ke ubaba mncane noma uncle wakhe ke waye involved ekulaweni kwakhe uSenzo Meyiwa. Kaza kusho yena lokho.
Noma ngathiwa kakushongo wayengakukhulumi nama ngithi wayekhuluma nomunye nama kazangitshele lokho.
Even if it said that he never said it, he wasn't telling it, he wasn't saying it to me, he was saying it to someone else. He has never said that to me.
Now, at paragraph 11 of your statement, and it pertains to your testimony, that there were discussions between you and accused number 1 regarding the Senzo Meyiwa case at the wedding of your sisters in August 2019, correct?
Ushilo ke ukuthi ngo-August umagana ke usiswabo.
Yebo.
Yes.
Now, did you report to anyone in August 2019 that you had these discussions with accused number 1 pertaining to this case?
Mhlambe umuntu njani?
Maybe someone like
police or anyone or girlfriend or boy.
So you are a police officer. If somebody talks about criminality, you report it to the police. Who else do you report it to?
I was already reporting to the general.
Beseng reporter vele ku general. Are you listening to yourself?
Sir,
I'm sorry, Goshu Kanjalo. I withdraw
Sorry to
that.
say that, I withdraw that. so-
let's maintain the quorum. Let's not stoop that low. Now, accused number 1 denies that as well, that he has never attended a wedding of your sisters, nor did he make the utterances that you attribute to him.
Uyaphika ke ukuthi akakazi nje.
If I inform you that at the time of this meeting, that is in 2019, General Sibia was fired from, at the time he was already fired from the SAPS. He was only reinstated in 2020.
Uma ngathi kuwena ke wayeseqoshiwe ke ngaleso sikhathi ke uSibiya uzobuyisela ngo-2020.
Ngakuzwa lokho emva kwalokho.
I heard that thereafter.
So in essence, at the time of this meeting, Sibia, who's also interested in this matter, was a civilian. He was not an officer of SAPS, correct?
Uyavuma?
Yebo.
Yes.
And you state that him, Sibia, told you that the information that you had relayed to the police was correct and accurate, correct?
Yebo.
Yes.
Now, as a civilian, how will you have known that information is correct?
Njengomuntu ke wayengasilona ke iphoyisa wakwazi kanjani lokho uSibiya ukuthi le lokho kushiya emaphoyiseni ukuthi kuyiqiniso? Wayekwazi kanjani yena lokho?
Ngeke ngazi ukuthi wayekwazi kanjani kodwa engikwazi ukuthi mina ngangazi ukuthi uyiphoyisa ngalezo sikhathi.
I wouldn't know as to how he got to know, but what I knew at the time was that he was a police officer.
Now, you also state that Sibia then asked Leshabane who the investigating officer was, and you provided the name of Colonel Gininda, but rather Sibia said Warrant Officer Makubo should come to that meeting so that he can hear the information that you are passing off to the police, correct?
Uthi ke wasebuza uSibiya ebuza kuShabana ukuthi ubani investigating officer, kwase kumention uGininda, kodwa akuSibiya wena wathi akuze uMakubo.
Yebo.
Yes.
Now, I don't want to be repetitive about Makubo, I mean, what you told Makubo, because we touched on some of the aspects on Friday. But in your statement, you state that Makubo then refuted your information and told you that you are lying, and I'm using lying not because I'm disrespectful to the court, but that's what's written according to your statement, and that there is no evidence that links Sizwe Zungu Ntuli, correct?
Ishilo ukuthi wasechitha ke uMakubo lokho wathi uqamba amanga.
Yebo.
Yes.
And further that Makubo told you that he disputed your information, saying to you that accused number 5 is not involved in the matter of Senzo Meyiwa, as well as the other suspects that you had mentioned to them, correct?
Nokuthi Makubo washo. Yes, yes.
And by the other suspect, for clarity's sake, who are you referring to?
Ma uthi ke abanye abasolwa ukhuluma ngobani?
Ukuthi yena wayethi ukhuluma ngabapha abanye abasolwa, wayekhuluma ngabasolwa cishe ngangibamentionile.
He was talking about or referring to the suspect that I had mentioned. Suspects that I had mentioned.
Yes, mention them again.
Accused number 1 and accused number 2.
Accused number 1 and number 2.
And furthermore, Makubo accused you of coming to them with information that lacks basis, correct?
Yebo.
Yes.
And at the time, did you know that officers Makubo and Joyce Buthelezi, the one that you subsequently met after meeting Makubo, were investigating officers of CAS 37501 of 2019?
Wakwazi lokho ukuthi bona bephenye idokotho lelo L375.
Ngangazi ukuthi kunelinye maybe docket abayiphenyayo.
Wawungazi?
Ngangazi.
I didn't know that there was another docket that was being investigated.
And after that, you then met with, you were called by Colonel Buthelezi to come and meet him, correct?
Yebo.
Yes.
And what is the time difference, the period between you meeting Makubo, Sibia, Leshabane, and the meeting with Buthelezi that we know that she also attended with Makubo again?
Isikhathi sandlula phakathi kwalo mhlangano kwakulishabane uSibiya noMakubo nalo mhlangano lo kwakukhona uButhelezi noMakubo kwandlula isikhathi esingakanani?
Asikho side kangako.
Not that long.
And as well, from your statement, we know that Colonel Buthelezi also rejected the information that you had provided to them, refuted your allegations.
Nalapho uButhelezi wayichitha inkulumo yakho.
Yebo.
Yes.
And part of the reason why she refuted your allegations is that you were protecting Kelly Khumalo, you and General Leshabane, correct?
Akusho ke ukuthi uvike noma ke uprotect noma uvikela ke uKelly Khumalo wena no General Leshabane.
Washo kanjalo.
That's how she said.
And furthermore, she informed you that she's got information that implicates or links Kelly Khumalo to the murder, and that one of, according to their investigation, the shooter is one of the persons that were in the house, correct?
Lokho kwakusho uye uKolonel Buthelezi.
That's what Colonel Buthelezi said.
And as Buthelezi rejects your allegations, the information that you bring to them, what was your reaction to them?
Wasuthini ke wena uma uButhelezi ke echitha lokhu okushoyo wena wathini kubona?
Ngakuthatha nje ukuthi investigating officer mhlambe.
I took it maybe that she was an investigating officer.
And at the time of this incident, your interaction with these senior police officers, your Buthelezis, Leshabanes, Makubos, you were the only junior member. You were a constable at the time, correct?
That's correct.
Kuyiqiniso ukuthi ngangihlangana nabo ke mina ngiyi-constable ngaleso sikhathi.
Let's then move to paragraph 16 of your statement. In fact, nothing turns on that one except to say you were called to say, in essence, in order to prove that you know the suspects, bring a family member that can confirm that some of the suspects are known to you and you brought your father. That's the essence of paragraph 16, correct?
Usho lokho paragraph 16 ukuthi kwathiwa letha noma waza nomndeni wena wasuza nobaba wakho.
Yebo.
Yes.
Angizanga naye bathi ngize naye.
They didn't bring him. They told me to bring him.
Okay, but you never brought him.
Awuzange uze naye?
No, angizanga naye ngaleso sikhathi bekhuluma naye.
No, not at the time when they were speaking to me.
If the court can briefly bear with me. Now, sorry, brother. I want to refer you to Exhibit A126. These are some of the statements that we received that were classified, and even now they are still classified. The information pertaining to the maker of the statement is the information is redacted, but I can put, because I see a reference to your name in that statement. I want you to comment without A126. A126. It's one of the deducted. No, it's this one. The 12 statements that were withheld. My Lord, I'll return to this aspect whilst they try to locate the said statement for the sake of brevity. Now let's talk about paragraphs, and I've meshed them together, 17 and 18 of your statement, and that pertains to the allegations that certain people were trying to kill you and they were following you. Remember that aspect of your testimony?
Yes.
Now, except reporting this information to General Leshabane, did you, as a police officer, open a case of attempted murder, intimidation, threats, and the like in respect to this aspect of your testimony?
I didn't open a case.
And in fact, what is curious when I listened to your evidence in chief is that after this incident, you then contact Leshabane and he says to you, come to my office, but now you are circumspect because you say in your evidence, you suspect him to be the source of the leak of the information to these people that are trying to kill you. Is that how I understood your testimony?
Wasekbiza yena ethi was office lakhe kodwa kwabusola yena ukuthi uyena osengabe udlulise lo daba kulabantu.
Yebo?
Yes.
And in fact later on you then go to Lishabane's office anyway with all that suspicion that he's the one that is literally selling you out because he's leaking information that is putting your life in danger. Correct?
Kodwa ke kuzona ke lezo intsholo lezo wase uya ke office lika Leshabane unazo le intsholo zokuthi uyena kubeka impilo yakhe engcupheni.
Yebo?
Yes.
Then again we move to paragraph 19 because I'll argue in that paragraph 17 and 18 that your version, that you suspect that Leshabane is selling you out to the would-be killers, and then he still calls you and you still go to him, and it's the same day that an attempt was made on your life. The versions don't favor, the probabilities don't favor your version on that aspect.
I think that's my learned friend can leave for argument.
Mr. Baloyi
Are
has,
you going to call General Shabani?
Mr. Baloyi has indicated that he's going to,
No, I mean you.
the state is going to call him.
Is that so, Mr.?
Indeed, we indicated that.
Now, let's go to paragraph 19 of your statement. You state there that after the attempt on your life was made, then you call accused number 1 so that he could speak to those persons who allegedly tried to kill you because they are relatives to him and accused number 5, correct?
Ushilo-ke ukuthi la ila ukhole ufonele khona number 1 ngoba labantu bezama ukubulala ihlobo zakhe no number 5.
Yebo.
Yes.
You see, from your testimony, I see that if something doesn't sit with you, you escalate it to the higher level. Why didn't you take this threat? If you see that Leshabani is selling you out to the would-be killers, why didn't you take it up, for example, with Colonel Gininda?
Engikutholileke kubufakazi bakho ukuthi uma into ke ingakuphathi kahle undlulisela ngaphezulu kwathini ke uma bona ke ukuthi uGeneral Leshabane ke uyakuthengisaka ke manje kulabantu laba abafuna ukubulala ukuthi lokho kungidlulisele kuColonel Gininda.
Ngamazisa ngefoni.
I informed him telephonically.
When did you do that?
Wakwenza nini lokho?
The same day
I think on the same day
of the incident.
Of the incident.
And that aspect, I only hear it now. You've never talked about informing Gininda about an attempt on your life.
Ngiyaqala ukuzwa manje ke lokho ngikhumbuli ukusho.
Was this witness asked about that?
I don't know, madam. I don't know.
Yeah, he wasn't asked.
But if it's vital, he can
Yeah, I know.
voluntarily.
Just say he wasn't asked. I'm not.
He can voluntarily let it out. He's a police officer, madam. Now, accused number 1 will state again with respect to this being called by you after an attempt on his life made and him contacting whoever, stopping them. He doesn't know anything about that, and you've never called him about this incident.
Sorry, not an attempt on his life. You said on his life.
No, so sorry, let me rephrase. Accused number 1 will state that you did not call him to say, accused number 1, stop your relatives, they are trying to kill me. He does not have any knowledge of people trying to kill you or you calling him for him to intervene.
Uthi ke akazi lutho ngokumfonela kwakho akazi nje umfoneleke wena umtsheleke ukuthi kunabantu bakini abafuna ukungibulala. He's telling lies.
Now lastly, let's go to your paragraph 21.
Okay.
Your testimony, this is the one that I said we'll touch at the end because we are going sequentially through your statement. You identified the accused persons from various photo albums that were shown to you, correct?
Abasolwa abakhomba kuma album ahlukene owawatshengiswa angithi.
Yebo.
Yes.
The circumstances under these photo albums were shown to you. Can you explain them explain them? I don't want to put words in your mouth.
Awuchaze kwenzeka kanjani noma kwenzeka phansi kwaziphi izimo ukuthi ke utshengiswe lawo ma album lawo.
Ngicabanga ukuthi maybe investigating officer ayifuna ukubona ukuthi nginolwazi labantu okukhulunywa ngabo.
I think the investigating officer wanted to know whether I had knowledge of the people that were spoken about.
Yes, but I want to know the circumstances. Are you called to the investigating officer or do they come to you and then what did they bring? I want to know exactly what was brought to you.
Ngifuna ukwazi ukuthi babiza ukuthi uze kubo beza kuwena.
No, ngaya kubo ofisini.
I went to the
statement.
Sorry. Oh, no qhubeka.
Mangenza le statement babe sebevula ithombe eziningi bangibonisa zona.
I went to them at the office when I was making this statement, and then they opened pictures or photos and showed me.
And do you know where and when? Was it at the time when this statement was made on the 31st of May 2023?
Yes.
And who was present except the investigating officer as part of his team? Was he by himself or he was as part of a team?
Ingabe wayennoza kwabo noma kwakuyena yedwa
Umamfundisi,
Umamfundisi,
Mamfundisi police sergeant that was.
the police sergeant,
Then the brigadier.
as well as the brigadier.
Mamfundisi, I don't
Sergeant
know whether
Mohole.
it's sorry.
Sergeant Mohole.
Thank you. And tell me, because the photo albums that we have been provided, they go as part of the entire docket. Did they come with the entire docket or only the photo albums?
Ingaba beza nedokodo lonke noma ke ithombe kuphela.
No, ngangazi ukuthi i-docket maybe kodwa nje kwifile i-album abayivula yayineyithombe.
But
Noma
the-
ukuthi kwakuyi-docket yonke noma yayishoda.
Whether it was the complete docket or half of it, I don't know, but they came with a file with the photos.
Okay. Because now it's puzzling to me. You've always maintained that you know the people that are involved. Why should the photo album be shown to you? Why was not? I know it's not your forte to answer this, but you know a proper identification would have been an ID parade. Why should they show you a photo album?
Ngazi ke ukuthi ke mhlamba siwena ke fanele uphendule lokho kodwa ke ngoba ukuthi ke kukadusho ukuthi abantu abaziyo lapha laba mhlambe ke kwakungenziwa nje iID parade ekuyiyona kwakungani ukuthi beze nezithombe kuwena kodwa uthi abantu abaziyo labo ukhuluma ngabo.
Ngiyakwazi ukuphendula lokho kuma yibabezo nayo.
I wouldn't be in a position to answer that.
And as they are showing you these photos, did they tell you the alleged role of each of the individuals, or what did you do? Let me put it that way. What did you do when an album was showed to you and then you identified a particular person?
Wawenzani wena ke asithi ke kuyavulwa ke kuvulwa kwisithombe esithize kwakuyini oyenzayo wena ke?
Uma ngibuka lezi ithombe should bengiyibuka ziningi bengisho labo engibaziyo nenganginabo ngababona ngalelo langa.
When I viewed these photos, I viewed them as many as they were, or there were many of them. Then I would point out those that I knew or that I know and that I was with on that day.
And after identifying a particular picture or a photograph of someone that you identified, did you make a marking on that person and say, this is, for example, accused number 1, he is so, or did you have to fill in a form to say, I identified so and so from this photo?
Kwakuyini khona ubhala phezulu kwaleso sithombe leso uthi mhlambe lona uaccused number 1 noma ufanele kukhona nje obhala phansi.
Kwangekho ngubhalayo ngangisho ukuthi mangibona lesithombe ukuthi ngibona abantu leso sithombe.
I wasn't writing anything. I would just have to say upon seeing a photo as to who it is that I'm seeing.
Thank you, my lord. I mean, those are my questions. Oh, so sorry, my lord, for the quorum. Sorry, my lord. And my lord, this A126 that I wanted assistance with, I'll revisit it once my colleagues are done. A126.
Yeah.
Yes, I'll revisit it once my colleagues are done, my lord.
You'll what? You'll revisit it.
Because, my lord, is it here? Okay. Oh. Is this the handwritten? Okay, I've got A126 in front of me, and it was taken on the 17th of November 2019 at 16:25. And as I said, this is part of the statements that the people's identities were withheld because of safety reasons. So there's no information of the person here, right? but it was in the context of what I asked you to say. You were called to say, in order for you to prove that you know some of the suspects, can you bring an elder person that will confirm that these people have familial or kinship relationship with you? Do you understand? Now the statement reads, the other names I'll read because they relate to families of accused number 2, and those are the people that I consulted with over the weekend. So paragraph 2 thereof reads, my lord, it's a 2-page statement, it's not too long. In fact, it's a 1-page statement, the other page is a commissioning page.
Who is the deponent there?
The deponent will be, this is a typed out, let me see the deponent. On the original, the deponent will be, that will be Colonel Brigadier Gininda, my lord. Okay. Thanks. And it reads, in late 2017, I met Mbekiseni Ntanzi, who is my relative from the homelands in Kwanongoma, and I met Mbekiseni in Devon at Kwamashu squatter camp. It was during the general discussion between myself and himself, whereby he told me something shocking. He said to me, there was once a fight argument between his brother Mafika and another Ntanzi brother in Sosota homeland in Kwanongoma. I don't recall what was Mafika was arguing with his brother about, according to Mbekiseni. Mbekiseni said in the argument, he was told by the other Ntanzi brother that he won't fight with Mafika. Instead, he will rather report him to the police for the murder of Orlando Pirates goalkeeper called Senzo Meyiwa back in Vosloorus. He further said he was told by the brother of Mafika, not Mbekiseni, that Mafika Ntanzi committed the murder with Muzisibia, who's also from Kwanongoma. I further don't know the two mentioned suspects were staying in a hostel in Vosloorus during the time of Senzo Meyiwa was killed. I further know that Muzi has dreadlocks at a certain time, but cut them off after the murder of Senzo Meyiwa, and is currently at Kwanongoma, and Mafika is currently working at a certain place, at a certain mine in Rustenburg. I'm aware that the two were also used as hitmen in their, and their dream leader is one Ngani Zungu of Sosota area from Kwanongoma. However, is currently in jail. I've identified the photograph of Muzisibia to the police and attached it together with that statement marked AZ1. I was told by Mbekiseni as to why Muzi Sibia and Mafika Ntanzi killed Senzo. After receiving this information, I decided to tell my son, who is a police officer in Johannesburg, about the above information. His name is Skhumbuzo Zungu. Subsequent to that, I was then informed by Skhumbuzo that we should go meet the police at the head office, SAPS office in Pretoria. Indeed, the police were met, and I disposed the above mentioned statement to Colonel Gininda, who was with Sergeant Bokhane. I can identify Mafika to the police if I see him, but I don't know, I don't have his photos. This is all I can see.
Vanake, Kabusfunda. Kwakulate ke ngo-2017 ngahlangana naye uMbekiseni Ntanzi okuyisihlobo sami emakhaya kwaNongoma. Ngahlangana noMbekiseni emjondolo kwaMashu. Kwakuyila kwakukhulunyiswana khona phakathi kwami ke kanye naye la angitshela ke okushaqisayo. Wathi kimina kwake kwanempi ekhona noma ke kwanefight eyayikhona phakathi komfowabo uMafika Ntanzi kanye nomunye umfowabo owakwaNtanzi esosota emakhaya kwaNongoma. Angikhumbulike ukuthi babelwa yini le babexabana ngayo uMafika kanye nomfowabo ngokusho kwakhe uMbekiseni. uMbekiseni wangitshela ke kamuva emuva kwalo ukuthi baxabana ke wase etshelwa ke omunye kwalaba wakwaNtanzi ukuthi wahamba wayolwa kanye noMafika
you will rather report him.
Nokuthi okay, nokuthi azokwenza ukuthi ahambe ayomchaza emaphoyiseni ngokubulawa kwakhe lowo owaye ugoalkeeper wayo iOrlando Pirates uSenzo Meyiwa eVosloorus. Wase eshoke ukuthi wakutshela lowo ke umfowabo umafika ongasiyena umbhekiseni ukuthi umafika Ntanzi uyena ke akanye uyena owabulala kanye naye umuzi Sibiya naye ke obuya kwaNongoma. Angibazi ke labasola laba ababili. Okay, ngikwaziyo futhi ukuthi labasola laba ababili babehlala ke eHostel eseVosloorus. Ngaso leso sikhathi leso noma ngesikhathi sokushona kwakhe uSenzo Meyiwa. Okunye futhi engikwaziyo umuzi Sibiya wayenama dreadlocks ngaleso sikhathi leso wase ewagunda ke emuva kokubulawa kwakhe uSenzo. Umuzi Sibiya ke usendaweni ethize noma wayesendaweni ethize ngaleso sikhathi kwaNongoma umafika yena ke usebenza kwimine ethize eRustenburg. Ngiyazi futhi ukuthi labo babini labo ke besetshenziswa ke nanjengeinkabi nokuthi futhi ke lowo obaholayo kwaku unkani Zungu naye ke owasesosha kwindawo yasesosha kwaNongoma. Kodwa ke ngaleso sikhathi leso ke ebhala lesi statement wayesejele. Okunye futhi nesithombe engasibona sakhe ke umuzi Sibiya kuona ke ngasikhombisa wona amaphoyisa. Ngase futhi ngenza istatement ke mayela nalokho esasimakwa ke uA Z1. Angizange ngitshele uyena umbhekiseni ukuthi ke kungani umuzi Sibiya nomafika Ntanzi babulala uSenzo. Emuva ke kokuthola lo mbiko lona ke ngase thatha isinqumo ke sokuthi ngitshele indodana yami esebenza njengephoyisa eGoli mayela nalokho. Igama lakhe uSkhumbuzo Zungu. Emuva kwalokho ke ngase ngitshelwa ke uyena uSkhumbuzo ukuthi kuzofanele ke ukuthi sihlangana ke noma siye ke emaphoyiseni. Ngempela ke saya ke emaphoyiseni ngase ngenza ke istatement mayelana nalodaba kuyena uColonel Gininda owaye kanye naye uSergeant Mukhane. Umafika ke uma ngambona ngamkhomba emaphoyiseni kodwa ke isithombe sakhe anginaso phelele lapho engingakusho.
Now Mr. Ramsepile, I asked you who is the deponent of that statement.
The deponent is deducted, my lord.
Yeah, why do you say it's Colonel Gininda then?
No, I misheard the call. Sorry.
Now I'm listening to Colonel Gininda saying all those things.
No,
you told me
it's not
he's the one who made the
it's a
statement.
witness whose identities are with my lord.
Okay,
All right.
so we don't know the name of the witness because, I mean, the deponent, because the name is redacted.
Yes.
Mr. Baloyi, I know because of security reasons it could have been redacted.
Yes.
Is it not possible for this court and the legal representatives to see or know the name of the deponent?
Yes, it's not a problem at all. In fact, we gave the original to
I see.
to my learned friend.
So we know the name. Oh, he knows the name.
Yes.
The name
No,
is,
no. Is it in the statement?
it's in the, I think this is the original because what we have are
And you don't have a problem for security reasons that the name must be publicized?
We haven't consulted with the
We haven't taken up that aspect with the witness, Malak. We prefer that maybe his name should remain withheld for now.
Yeah, fine.
But I
But
think
the
the
legal representatives can have access to the name.
Yes, but
Okay, and the court also.
yes.
Because if it was redacted, it means it was for security reasons.
Indeed, my lord.
Yeah. Okay.
so my lord, I'll leave the name out of it. Now,
So that statement was commissioned before Gininda.
it was done on the Sunday, the 17th November 2019 at 16.
Commissioned by Gininda.
Commissioned by Gininda according
Okay,
to
fine.
the original.
Yeah, fine.
Now, having read that statement to you, it goes back to my question that, let me start here, and I'll tie it up to this. At that time, Makubo rejected your information. The end of that meeting, he said to you, go and bring me the source of your information. You remember that aspect of your testimony?
Yakhumbula ke la usho khona ukuthi ekugcineni ke umkathi ke uMakubo esechitha ke lokho okusho wathi ke ngilethele isource yale information yakho.
Yeah?
Yes.
Now, according to the deponent of the statement, he received this information in 2017, told you the information, because he says here Skhumbuzo Zungu. Is that your name?
Skhumbuzo Zungu wena ngithi.
Yimi lawyer?
Yes, that's me.
Then, some 2 years later, almost on the anniversary, I don't know when this one was made, but on the 17th of November 2019, that's when the statement then gets made. Are you aware, were you with your father when this statement was made?
Wawukanye nobaba wakho nkathi le statement esasenziwa.
Ngeke ngazi mayelana nestatement ukuthi senziwa kuphi nobani. Ngeke ngikwazi ukukhuluma ngestatement somunye umuntu. Asikho statement engingaba kuso senziwa.
I wouldn't know about the statement as to when was it made, with whom. I cannot speak with regards to someone else's statement when it was made.
Yes, but my cross is narrowing the issue because it only goes to this aspect that the information was given to my son. His name is Skhumbuzo Zungu and he's a police officer.
Ngicabanga ukuthi umuntu oyengazisa lokho mawukhuluma ngobaba wayengazisa njengomntanakhe.
I think that the person who was informing that, if you are referring to my father, was informing me as his child.
Njengoba nami ngangimazisa ngokwenzeka.
As I was also informing him about what happened.
Let's be on the same page. This information is received by your father in 2017.
Ngeke ngibe nolwazi ukuthi beyazi noma bengayazi.
I wouldn't know whether he knew or not.
But did you come to know about whether or not he made a statement pertaining to this matter?
Ngabe wakwazini ukuthi noma kamuva ukuthi kune statement asenza yena mayelana nalo daba.
Benginalwazi ngimangele nami.
I didn't know. I'm also surprised.
And you wouldn't know with whom he came to Pretoria for the noting down of this statement.
Ukuthi weza nabani ePitoli ukuthi kuthathe le statement awukwazi mina.
Engikwaziyo ukuthi okwaveza ukuthi kumele ngilethe umzali wami oveza ukuthi mina bengikhulela khona kwaNongoma.
All I know is that I had to bring my parent to come and confirm that indeed I grew up kwaNongoma.
Okay. My Lord, those are my questions. This witness that we've mentioned, that's mentioned here, I've consulted with him. He'll come and refute all of this in court now, as the court places. We are going to call that witness. So, sorry, my Lord, if I may approach my candidate again.
Mr. Banoyi, what time is it?
19 minutes to 3, my lord. 19 minutes to 3.
Thank you, my Lord. I mean, that
Okay,
I've got no
thank you,
further
sir.
questions for the witness. No, thank you, my Lord. I'm indebted.
Yes, Mr. Minister.